be going live here. Alright, welcome back to another stream. We are, well, right now we're doing, well, obviously a severe weather coverage, and we have a couple tornado warnings ongoing here in Minnesota, which we got this one going on, and which this one got issued earlier for baseball size hail. There was a PDS severe dust warning on top of it for 3-inch size hail, which is still ongoing now, but with the severe dust warning over here, which is warned for golf balls. Actually, is that golf ball size hail? I might be. No, ping pong size hail. Golf ball will be inch and 3/4. And here's a tornado warning here, which is warned for baseball size hail. This is also warned for baseball size hail, which if we do have our largest hail falling right here. I will say we had a bit of a better look to that hook scan to go. Still gotta keep an eye on it. Our warm front's gonna be up here. So we'll see what happens in the next, because this is going to be going for an hour. So we'll see what happens within the next hour or so. With this particular cell, just going to be watching around it with other cells that might pop up. But this is the only cell so far in Minnesota that's been both causing, well, I would say tornado issues, but it's been mainly just weaker rotation. But mainly large hail issues so far with this cell here. Hello, Party Cheese. Did you see volume 6? I did, yeah. I'll look at it again. Oh my god, hold on. I need to turn down the volume on Discord, because... Holy... Can we get the amount of times I've blasted my ears with just audio? Give me like 1 second. I gotta do a couple other things real quick. I did not want to click on archive. Try to click on video YouTube. Try to post this over to my community tab, but I'm just failing to do so by clicking the wrong buttons here. And I'm also typing in the wrong keys. This is how it goes on these streams sometimes. Sometimes, I say sometimes, but it happens quite a few times. If anything. And we'll also take a look at the other cells that are out there right now too, because there are other severe dust warnings going on right now in other states, but this has been like the one cell that's been the big one here. They did extend a severe dust warning on this one here, and it has gone observed for $half size hail. And this is one over in southeastern South Dakota, going towards Freeman and Marion. And I think we have one down here in Kansas as well for quarter size hail, 6-mile-per-hour wind gust. And I know we had one down here in Texas that was warned for. I think it might have been the same thing with $half hail, but instead of it being 6-mile-per-hour wind gust being possible, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust being possible. And then we also have severe dust warnings ongoing over here in Indiana. Or, well, one of them. There was a few earlier, and there was a couple over. There was a couple over here in North Illinois as well earlier too. Which those were mainly a hail threat with those ones. And there was and then there was a severe dust warning over here in Wisconsin, but that's gone as well. Definitely. Oh, there's here a shower. Oh, actually, now that would be storm, because that's old lightning. Because if the more these icons fade out, the older the data it is. So there's a couple of showers and storms starting to fire up behind us out here. So will be interesting to see. I don't know how many guys. Let's see how many of y'all in the stream right now are familiar with Cameron Nixon's nudger theory. Gotten better in effort and equality since Volume 1. That's for, I will say that's for definitely for sure. What storm chasers do we have out here right now? I need to turn on the cyclone port. Why? Well, I say why is this lagging so much, but I have like a million different things going at once right now on Radar Omega. So I'm trying to see on Radar Omega if there's anybody on there. Because I haven't seen anything in terms of storm chasers on here. Actually, no, Brad Arnold's on there. And it looks like most of the storm chasers are over here in Iowa and southwestern Minnesota, looks like. Looking at velocities, I mean, it's not super strong rotation. It's pretty weak rotation, but your inflow is going to be right in here. I wonder how far back can I go? I can go far I can go pretty far back. Okay. If I can, I'm somewhat able to English today. But, so you can see, hold on, let me remove the drawing. So this is from 3:51 p.m. on this scan here. And this is when it was producing some big sized hail as well. And you can see this right here. That is a hail spike, which is usually a indication that there's large hail that is falling within the storm, and that had been continuing. It still looks like it could be continuing still with this side here, this area right here with this hail spike, which it makes sense considering it's still warm for ping pong sized hail, but could have something even larger than that with this. Let me check GR2 analysis real quick. Because on GR2 analysis, I can look at MPing report. I mean, not that I can't look at it on here on WeatherWise and Radar Omega, but GR2 analysis is just much faster with just a lot of things. All right, so they condensed that severe storm warning that was warned for 3-inch sized hail, and that is now warned for 2-inch sized hail instead. Still, of course, we got the tornado warning still going on for another about an hour at this point still. Oh, I'm so glad. One thing I'm glad is that because Thursday and Friday, my wisdom teeth on this side here was shifting, and I mean, I still kind of feel it doing some stuff now, but it's not as bad as it was a couple days ago. I swear, the wisdom teeth is going to be one of the most annoying things when it comes to teeth. Because it kind of just sits in the back and not doing much other than shifting around. I mean, I guess you technically do eat, like, on the side of your cheeks and all that, but... Anywho. How is everyone doing on this Monday afternoon? A couple hail reports over in southwest of White Rock. Tired but great. We played dodgeball in gym today. It's been a while since I played dodgeball. I don't remember the last time I played it. I'm really watching this hook. See what ends up happening with this, because we still have decent inflow going into this thing, so I am kind of curious what the, I guess you could say, like, the background environment of this is up here. Hodograph. I mean, do you have curved hodograph? But I mean, shear is not amazing right now, which is probably one of the reasons why right now it's not producing a tornado, and probably has a wall cloud on it right now. Hold on, let me go over to, let's see. Okay, let's see if it goes to the right. See if it goes to the right tab today. No. Okay. Oh, 1 second. I don't know why this thing does this. I'm like trying to go over to the meso analysis and goes to a completely different thing here. Hold on. Okay, how about now? No. Okay, great. SPC. Okay, there we go. I had to, literally having to manually do things here. All right, good to go. Would you like to start in volume 7? Just curious. Oh, why not? All right. Just making sure everything's in order here. All right. Yeah, so looking at, so this, I mean, this is bulk shear effective, but looking at surface to 1 kilometer bulk shear, which is wind shear, not a lot of shear in your environment. And then even looking at, I mean, surface to 6 is a little better, but surface to 1 kilometer, that's kind of what you're looking for in terms of anything in terms of tornadoes with wind shear. I'm kind of curious what the helicity, yeah, even helicity is not amazing either. So, I mean, and then here's your VTP, which, I mean, you're gonna have your high VTP numbers, and it'll just do. I mean, it's a composite. I mean, it's, you can have the highest possible number, and you have storms that can have storms that do nothing with it. So, looking at instability. I mean, we have some, actually. I mean, for considering we're in April, we have some pretty good thermodynamics. That's for sure. There's much bigger gaps in dew point and temperatures on here. Which these, if we do have storms on here, I would imagine. I mean, these would probably be like elevated hailers down here, probably, if anything. But anyways, we'll go back over to radar. Still got a hook on the storm that we're looking at right now. It still shows that we got an hour left on this, but it's probably, once again, way less than that. Yeah, 5:15 p.m., so that's way less than an hour we got left on this thing. So, also, because there's dust on my fan. I'm gonna have to clean that at some point here, but because with my university, they are not turning on the air. So, because over here, see this? This is the AC unit. They have the wall AC unit right here. I don't know if this is even pointing directly over there. So, okay, so this right here, right? This is the AC unit in a wall. And they aren't turning that on until May. Which by the time that they turn it on, literally, finals will be over. So, like, bruh. Like, especially for this week, which is supposed to be, like, basically feels like summer this week, essentially, right? Turn on the cold air, man. I'm not trying to be in a sauna in my own dorm room, man. I wonder, I could imagine WAFs is going to be running. Because the thing is about WAFs, or War Non Forecast System, it's used for, like, I don't know about real time, but it's like you got, it's like a real, well, I guess real time-ish, but, basically used for severe weather events for, like, near-term forecasting, I guess you could say. So we'll go over to that, and hope this goes to the right tab. Okay, cool, it's going to the right thing here. Having to readjust this for, like, the millionth time in a row. Alright, so here is the BOFs, which is running today, but today's severe weather event. And this is the mean, so, because mean being average, so this is average temperatures. And, you can eventually see our temperatures. I mean, this is where our severe weather going on right now, but see the temperatures eventually crashing down as, yeah, basically, I mean, cold air coming from the north there. Go over to paintball reflectivity so you can get an idea of what your convection could look like throughout the day. And, yeah, that's a, I mean, with the War Non Forecast system is showing, I mean, that's a lot of convection. It'll eventually show 21 UTC to CDT. That is 4 o'clock. So we're almost running up on 22 UTC, which is 5 o'clock. Which this is what War Non Forecast is showing at around 5 with when it comes to storms, at least. So a lot of potentially just clustered storms in Wisconsin, and then more storms end up firing up over in Minnesota. I'm still wondering what our tornado threat is gonna look like today, because if we go over to the Storm Prediction Center here, we do have a 10%. I mean, we have the 5%, 2% with the Sig 1, even down here as well. But main focus being up here, we have the 5% around at 10% here, which we had a 10% in, like, this south. This is, like, kind of, I would say, boot heel, I guess, of Minnesota. And then going into central Wisconsin here, east of La Crosse. We could actually take a look at that. Take a look at the outlook on weather-wise soon here, but and then we could actually take a look at the storm reports as well, or not. We could not look at the storm reports. That also works. With it being just completely broken for no reason. That also works too. That's what is in my left eye right now, man. I call you Dave Jones in this series because it's not real names. Oh, drop something. Drop my nail clippers. Ugh. Dave Jones in this series because it's not real names. Okay. Alright, so looking at our kind of just hook on this cell here. Definitely looks like it's more outflow dominant, although I am still watching this area here in case we do have a more broad area rotation. Because it doesn't look like we have as much of a... I mean, we still have a hook, but it doesn't look like as healthy of a hook as earlier. I don't think we really have any storm chasers on this. Because a lot of the storm chasers... Let me go to Radar Omega real quick. So here's all the storm chasers... At least the storm chasers on Radar Omega. There's a lot of them down here in Iowa compared to all the way up here in Minnesota. Which we do actually have a few storms starting to fire up down here in Iowa. And we also have Radar Omega taking like millions of years to load on this Wi-Fi. Like, I'm literally on Ethernet, and it does not act like Ethernet should. And that is the wrong thing. I'm trying to switch over, because I was thinking, I was pressing the button, think I was going back over to weatherwise, but nope. Oh, now Radar Omega decides to load as soon as I go back to the weatherwise. Nice. Alright, there's a storm here. Seems like we could have a healthier storm near, that just fired up over near Mankato and Eagle Lake, but we'll see. I'm kind of curious what the... Oh, we do actually have a serial dust running over now, over in Wisconsin right now, actually, for quarter-size hail. Radar indicated. I think we have another severe dust warning all the way up here in northwestern South Dakota, which, this is a big ol' area for a radar hole here. So I remember last year, the day that Enderlin happened, because this area, once again, being a big area for radar hole, and storms ended up firing up here, and then that congealed into the derecho, and that made its way over here, and we had, where is Valley City? Because Enderlin, we had a couple of tornadoes that ended up popping up over here with the cells that fired off. Prefrontals that fired off ahead of the derecho. Well, that was an interesting day, and also another interesting thing too, because they ended up on the backside of the derecho. We had like 100-mile-per-hour winds, and a issued severe dust warnings for 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It was quite the interesting night, and I think it was streaming till almost like 3 in the morning. Also, just keeping an eye on our hook here, which looks like it was falling apart earlier, but may not have as much of a issue here. Maybe we'll see. Just keeping an eye on it because we have like this kind of shape here, so we'll see. And we have a severe dust warning over here for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, which I think we actually had a severe dust warning extending all the way out here, and then that is severe dust warning extending that. Holy dings. Okay, that would explain a lot. They issued a severe dust storm watch over here. for mainly hail over here. All right, so we'll take a look at the outlook on here now, like I mentioned earlier. So here's our enhanced risk that we have going from over here in Minnesota all the way through central Wisconsin, and even in portions of northern Iowa here, but mainly Minnesota and Wisconsin. There's your 10% tornado risk, and then your 5% around it, and your 2% around that as well. We actually do have a 2% in Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan still, which is a low. It's a low threat, but low isolated threat. But for the most part, if I think unless we do get a second round through the evening hours down here in Illinois, which I'm not 100% sure if we'll see something. Maybe with the overnight hours, perhaps. Which by then, if we do see something going to overnight hours, it'd be mainly wind, maybe some hail. But speaking of the wind threat, here's your wind threat with no conditional intensity group, just a regular 15 wind. And then, of course, the main story for today, which is hail. Although technically the tornado risk would be the second, well, technically also be a main story today, but I think our hail threat's definitely going to be our main story for today when it comes to our storms that are going on right now and whatever else ends up firing up. I'm not super confident in terms of the tornado threat, but it is something to watch for. Was I expecting in Wisconsin? So let me take it because, hold on 1 second. I need to go through the SBC Outlook archive real quick. 12 o'clock. 16:30. Is this on a... Oh, it's on the day before. No wonder why. Where's it? Because, hold on 1 second. Let me drag this. Because, go back over to this. So, this is the 0600 UTC Day 1 Convective Outlook, which is 7 in the morning. Which they had originally they had a 5% with the 2% with the SIG one, 5% SIG one, and I mean I think the day 2 I knew had the same thing here with the hail threat, but I wasn't quite expecting them to go 10% with the tornado risk, but it's here now. And then tomorrow, actually, too, is also another enhanced risk day, which there's another 10% risk, and a 15% wind going from all the way down here in Texas all the way up to Ohio and Michigan. And then the hail threat. They have a SIG one going all the way down here to Texas, all the way up to Michigan as well, and Indiana. But they have a 30% between Iowa, Illinois, and Wisconsin. Grandma has a photo of the 1974 Staley Park F5. Oh, that's pretty cool. Brian Arnold's on a storm here. Let me go over to his stream real quick, see what he's seeing. Although I won't be able to see it. I won't be able to show it on stream, but yeah. So I've seen a couple times today where people are posting, because there's a site where you can make unofficial forecasts, which is called it's called the Graphical Forecast Creator, and you can make your own forecast and then compare it to the SPC. And someone made one based off the GFS solution, which they have a Sig 2 for tornado. Like they have it's interesting moderate that they have outlined here, based on. I'm guessing this is dry line that they have out, or like they have this outline for. If we have a dry line for tomorrow. Let me take a look what they're seeing, because I have no idea what's going on here. Yeah, it's that would be actually, wait, AT&T doesn't go out that far yet. Yeah, dry line. Yeah, some interesting outlooks people are making, I will say. Brenda Arnold, looking at his stream. Alright, they updated this tornado warning here. They took it down from baseball size hail to 2-inch size hail now. Where's that warm front at? I'm kind of curious. It'd be up here. So I will say a lot of storms are firing up, and it feels like these are becoming clustered. Let me take a look, because I need to take a look at these soundings that we have out there right now. Oh, Norman did a special sounding, it looks like. There's a lot of instability down there. I mean, it makes sense, because it's been pretty clear all day. Pretty much. Oh. I mean, there's been cloud cover, but I mean, it's been pretty clear down there all day for the most part. Alright, so let me show you guys the sounding that they did, the special sounding specific that they did. So here's a dew point. This is definitely more of a sounding for hail right now, because I mean, let me see what that spread is. And there's hairs on my screen that need to get out of here. That's a 16-degree dew point spread. Yeah, that is definitely. I mean, not that you can't get tornadoes out of this, but I mean, definitely more of a environment for hail. Which I mean, there is. I mean, go back to day 1 for hail. There is a slight risk down there for hail. So, and a Sig 1 covering the entire risk down here for that. And there are a couple cells that are now severe dust warning down here too. Which, one thing I will say about some verification when it comes to severe weather, I mean, you can have storms that are producing hail and whatnot, but because some areas are so sparse in population, you're not going to get a ton of hail reports. . 'Ports. 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 neck is itching. Even down there, I mean, it's their shear, weaker shear, like up here. But, I mean, so that'll allow for storms to rotate, and then that'll get the hail threat down there going. Which, I mean, we already have a couple storms on that are born for hail, so. Yeah. There's more storms over here starting to pop up with the wind and hail threat, too, in Wisconsin. Okay, why is that the world's largest thing I've ever seen in my entire life on here? Is it because I'm zoomed out? It's because I'm zoomed out. Because you got tornado watch, severe dark warning, tornado warning, Brad Arnold, and then the traffic cam. I've clicked onto there. Jesus. Yeah, I think I might have clicked on just, a few things, Just a few. Mesoscale discussion. Severe potential. Watch probably fill at 40%. We can take a look at that mesoscale discussion on here. If it's already popped up, I have no idea if it is. Wind and hail being the main concerns that they have for up here, it looks like. See if I saw it pop up with the notification from the storm. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, because I'm like, I know there's a notification I just saw. All right, so here's the mesoscale discussion we have out for right here. Hail and wind being the main threats. Well, hail being the main threat, but wind being a secondary threat for up here as well. These would be because it's north of the warm front, so these are gonna be elevated hailers compared to if they were south of the warm front. Then these would be a little. I mean, these would be. It looks like hail threat too, because got a couple of these areas that are 20-degree spreads and dew points down here. The storm over here near Odin's that, well, I wouldn't even say storm, but, oh no, it is storm. Because there's lightning with it. Could also be a shower with some lightning, though, so. How many let me see how many mesoscale discussions are out there right now. Because there was quite a few earlier. Okay, there's 1, 2, 4 of them out there right now. There was more than that earlier. Because there was like one, a couple in Texas. There was one in South Dakota. There was like, it was like bam, 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 here, there. Yeah, not really seeing. I mean, still a hook with this, but I mean, not really seeing potentially too much more tornado potential with this cell here. At least within the long term. I don't know about, but the short term there's still some tornado potential. Actually, Storm Chaser down here on this cell here. Got Ryan Pitt on that one. I'm gonna go over to, cause who's on this one down here? You got Brandon Montgomery and Brandon Kopic on this one down here. So I'm gonna go over to Brandon Kopic stream so I can see what's going on there. It would be funny if it pops up as soon as I was talking about it on my YouTube homepage, but okay, appears to not be the case. That's not. It's gonna be on my homepage here. So. Still got 21 minutes on this tornado warning here. I don't know if they'll extend the tornado warning. I haven't issued a new one, so maybe not. Hold on 1 second. Ugh. I don't know what was going on there. Otherwise, having a freak out apparently, or some. So we got GR2 analysis. Oh wait, what the? Mixed rain and ice pellets report over in River Falls apparently. I have still a half chocolate bar in here. Hershey's chocolate bar in here. Oh, yeah. So a little bit of an interesting thing that's going on over here in the near Guam here. Got a super typhoon. What? I'm forgetting the name of it. Sinlaku. I feel that's probably not how you pronounce it, but it is visible on Guam's radar here. Which I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't quite expecting to be talking about anything in terms of the tropics, but you know. Here we are talking about the tropics in April. And we aren't even talking about like the Atlantic either. This is the Western Pacific. Like, okay, so no, I know I put these in the freezer, but holy. I mean, they taste better cold, but I mean, God, I was like trying to break it with my fingers, like. Argh! And that's another sound bite for anyone who literally just joined the stream, wondering what's going on. And my fingers are so sticky because of the chocolate. That's fun. Yeah, they're probably. I mean, they're probably just gonna let the tornado warning expire out. If anything, they haven't really issued a new one yet, so this will probably end up being mainly just wind and hail threat for the most part. And then we'll be back down to no. Well, this. I mean, we technically had either 2 or 3 tornado warnings today, but let me double check real quick. Yeah, basically, 2 tornado warnings. Although one was because it was an extension to another tornado warning. Which this one was an extension to the other tornado warning that was issued before it. Brian Arnold's still on this one here. Kind of just looking at his stream on the side here. See if there's anything at all, which, I mean, there's not, I mean, it's an open enough field to see everything, but I'm just trying to figure out what the, well, actually shows on the weather-wise which direction he's going. He's going east. No. Yeah, I think my science is being a little bit of an issue. Ugh. Should I get a meso analysis? See if our shear's gotten any better at all. Which, I mean, surface to 1 kilometer hasn't really, it hasn't really gone up by much at all. And surface to 6 has been pretty much in the same place it's been in for a while now at this point. Let me look at the surface vorticity, surface to 3 kilometer cape. And holy, yeah, Wisconsin is got a bullseye going on there when it comes to instability. Not a ton of vorticity though. Over here there is, because this is where, over here is where the low pressure is at here. Where your low pressures are, like even with hurricanes too, which are low pressures, you're typically gonna find your best vorticity near a low. Or sometimes in the cases of, let's say, a lake breeze. The lake breeze is gonna provide vorticity as well, which is spin. Oh, that's a weather outlook. I'm like, wait a minute. Is that severe weather? No, it's just fire weather. I got more storms starting to initiate just to the south of this thing. We'll have to see how that influences the cell here. Because, I feel like if this thing tries to produce anything, it's gotta have to be through mergers, probably. Because there's not a ton of, the shear is not super great in this environment. Which is one thing I've been kind of waiting to see is how much is our wind shear going to improve within the next, I would say probably around an hour or so. Because we're getting, well, it's 5 o'clock now, and then obviously an hour should be 6 o'clock, but. And typically, once you get later in the evening, your shear starts to increase. Which we'll see how our shear ends up being like. And also, just gotta watch for, well, storm mode. Because, I'll have to see if it ends up being more clustery or how, like, linear it ends up being. Because this, I mean, it'll probably end up being linear at some point, but. Alright. They just condensed this severe dust warning here. They actually have a flash flood warning on this area here with how much rainfall's fallen. Expected rainfall 1 to 2 inches in an hour. Expires in 6 hours. Radar indicated flash flood warning. So we do have, I mean, we have a broad area rotation. So if anything, if we do have, I mean, rotation, it's probably gonna be just a big old area. Well, once again, just a big old area that's rotating with a mesocyclone compared to there being, I don't know if there is, actually let me look at Brad Arnold's stream real quick because he's basically right under this thing. I don't see a wall cloud on us, so this is probably just big old area rotation, broad area rotation right now. Alright, that tornado warning there will expire with the next 10 minutes. I'll go over to Brant Kopic, because he's over on a storm over there. Okay, so they did end up canceling it out. Okay. Update my title. If I could spell Outbreak. Possible. Severe weather outbreak. And we just had big old merger there. But it'll be interesting to see how that influences this. Once again, still broad area rotation, so. Nothing in terms of tornado. Nothing in terms of tornado. Mm. That's gotta be an issue here with this one, where we're in between two different radars here. I mean, technically, Sioux Falls would be the closest one, but we don't have a clear view of the cell over here in like southwestern-ish Minnesota. So I got this severe dust storm warning here, which this is down to core size and 60-mile-per-hour winds on that one there. We have another severe dust storm down here, which this is now warned. Well, is now warned for golf ball size hail. It was warned earlier for 2-inch size hail. Although this is probably just for caution here with this one, with the severe dust warning. I'm kind of curious. Let me look at if I can pull up GR2 analysis. Take a look at the reports here. So, KSN TV and law enforcement reporting golf ball. That was over in Cottonwood Falls where they reported golf ball size hail, which is probably why it's warned for 2-inch sized hail right now. Let me take a look. See if we got a. I don't know if we do. We have a hail spike on this thing? Doesn't seem like it. Maybe I should have a tiny area rotation on this as well. Yeah, I think this is becoming way too clustered for this thing to even breathe and produce a tornado, so. I think this at this point, I mean, it looks to be outflow dominant with some rotation here. Although what I'm looking at on Ryan, not Ryan Scholl, but Brad Arnold, maybe some scuddiness with the wall cloud, maybe on here where he's at, but let me just gotta link that in this chat there. Yeah, definitely some scuddiness where he's at. And then there's Brandon Copics. That's the other stream that's well the other stream I'm watching right now. Yeah, we got quite a few spiritual stories popping up over here in Wisconsin. I mean, the main threat is hail and wind. Oh, not hail, not wind. But the main threat is hail and it's important. He knows me, but I don't know what that was. Hail being the main threat and then tornado being the secondary threat, but still not right now. I'm not super confident on that tornado threat right now. We do have a shortwave out west, which is gonna be. I mean, it's gonna be one of the reasons why some of these storms are gonna initiate. But what? Random hair just falling, hanging in front of my face here. Alright, let me take a look at satellite, because that's another thing I've been wanting to take a look at here too. Oh my god, what is going on with True Color here? Alright, go back over to this. Alright, so here is True Color. Satellite and just satellite in general. You can see there are storms starting to initiate down here in Iowa. So, I mean, it'll probably get busy for the most part soon here at some point. With whatever cells ends up firing up from this activity with the cumulus. What if we can see the shortwave on here? No, okay, no, we do not see the shortwave on the 500. We do see it on 700, so there's that. Oh, actually, maybe a little bit of a shortwave here. There's a little bend and the little dip here. Same here. But it is very, very much visible on the 700, which is definitely going to be the reason why some of these storms here in Iowa are going to be initiating. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm kind of curious what the environment looks like out over here. 79 or 59. This is definitely a dry line out here for sure. Because we got 80 over 60 over here. Yeah, they've definitely got our dry line along here. So we got dry line. We got storms firing off the dry line. $86 over 55. So probably, if anything, elevated hailers out here. I also just can't see on visible satellite actually with some of the storms here and some of the storms over here in Kansas. You actually see the storms initiate on the dry line down here in Oklahoma. Well, maybe some in Oklahoma, maybe, but the one in Kansas and Texas are definitely visible, that's for sure. Let me actually take a look at the data on here. Where is METARs? Okay. Temperatures. So there's the temperatures. Let me actually look at, because I already know the temperatures are going to be in the 80s and whatnot. I need a dew point. So I got 59 degrees here, 78 over 59 over here in Sheldon. Got 76 technically over 61. I got 82 over 60 over here. Yeah, definitely dry line setup back here with the storms. They have an extended severe dose warning, so I wonder. Actually, I don't know. Is this still? Yeah, okay, that's still Twin Cities territory there. Actually, that's not Minneapolis. Twin Cities all the way. Actually, no, this would be Twin Cities. What is it? Or I think I'm definitely thinking of something somewhere else. I gotta be at this point. Oh, my nose. Oh, I need to sneeze real quick. If the sneeze decides to come out, that is. Okay, no, it did not. Okay. I do need to. Hold on. Because if this doesn't come out as a sneeze, it's gotta come out as something else with my nose. Alright. Oh. What have we got? Traffic. We got traffic cam. Wow, this is a really great view of the road. This is a really great, this is amazing view of the road right now. Look at that crack in the road. Look at that yellow line. Oh my god. Just amazing camera there, and where is this? Near Oak Center there. Oh wow, that there's a severe storm over in Wisconsin that's warned for 2-inch size hail. Radar indicated 2-inch size hail. Take a look. Oh wow, there's actually quite a few severe storms over here in Michigan actually, for wind and hail. Okay, the radar in northern Indiana is now working. I don't know what was up with it earlier. Yeah, now we got that going. See what we got in terms of showers over here in Illinois. Scattered showers and storms for the most part. I mean, doesn't seem like there's a ton going on. There's a couple storms looks like over here, but there's a flood warning here, which is probably just due to the Fox River here. And now we have a Dorito severe thunderstorm warning now in Wisconsin. Dorito shaped severe thunderstorm warning. And we got a lot of storms going up here in not Wisconsin, Minnesota. But the question is, do we have increase in shear? Let me take a look at where is, like, trying to figure out where the, okay, there we go. Like, trying to find a vertical wind profile site that I use, which is Autumn Sky, which at KMPX, which is this radar here, there's I mean, this is north of warm front, so there's not gonna be much spin there. Well, KARX, there is spin there. Which is that's lacrosse. I mean, yeah, just very weak shear in this environment. Does this want to stay up, maybe? Okay, there we go. And this has I mean, it has a shape here of the eagle, but not really a your hook on it. Got itch in my nose. So I know they issued a mesoskill discussion for down here, which is no longer on here because that discussion already expired out. Alrighty. Cool. Oh wow, there's a 505 acre wildfire going on outside of Naples, Florida right now. And the thing is with Florida too, it's because we also got a ridge in the southeast of the U.S. right now, so they're not really gonna get any rainfall for the most part, and that's gonna continue to lead to drought issues down there too, because it's already really dry down there. So let's go over to the drought monitor on here. Actually, I'm just gonna go over to drought monitor on here. That'll be a little bit faster. So yeah, you can already see. I mean, it's pretty dry here in the center, like the high plains and all that, and even here's Florida right here. You have a extreme drought going on, or not extreme, but well, there is extreme, but there's exceptional drought in Florida, this portion of Florida and into Georgia here, and even Arkansas and Texas and all that. Because that's how much. I mean, there really has been too much rainfall in these areas, which is gonna cause, I mean, be one of the causes for wildfires kind of going out of control. And we have another spiritual swing down here. Wind and hail, about what I expected, to be honest, considering the environment down here. Not exactly, I mean, not that we couldn't get a tornado, but it's not exactly conducive for tornadoes down here compared to it being a environment for hail. Trying to see if, well, we do have, and we have another camera here that is just a great view of the road. You know, just amazing, just the world's greatest view of the road. But right now, I'm just trying to see what cameras we have in this area. Brian Scholl's over on the one in Southeast Dakota. That's one for core size hail and 6 mile per hour wind. New severe dust warning over in Wisconsin for core size hail, 6 mile per hour wind. which is this one right here. And they just issued a severe tornado warning for this one right here. There's another cell here that I'm gonna be watching too. There's a couple of these cells. Some of these cells here are definitely the ones to watch. At least these discrete cells. Although once again, the shear is not. Once again, the shear is not great. So these are gonna struggle with the tornado threat. So. Both watching the meso analysis and also radar. How many severe dust warnings are we at right now? Got a couple of special weather statements. Holy, there's a lot of stuff enabled on here. So we got a couple. We got one in Georgia. I got a couple over here in. Well, I got special weather statements in Georgia, North Carolina, Maryland, and Virginia, Pennsylvania. Where else? We got ones in North Dakota and even Minnesota, actually. We got winter weather advisory over here in Utah. And ones over here in California, Oregon, and Washington. We actually got winter storm warning over in Oregon and Washington, actually. Which they do need the snow out there. Alright, they did remove the tornado pulse tag on us, which, I mean, we've been kind of seeing on radar how much these have been kind of clustering over on the east side over here, so. And then eventually these will make their way north of the warm front here, which, I mean, some of these are initiating at once, which makes me wonder if these are all eventually get congealed into one, and then we end up with mainly a wind threat with some of these. Hail and wind threat. I will say, I'm trying to click onto here. I will say you can definitely see the because this is definitely our warm front right here still. So we'll see what happens with that, or at least some type of boundary. Which, if we get a cell to interact with that, at least a discrete cell, that will be a cell to keep an eye on in case it ends up being a tornado threat on it. So, yeah. Let me go over to Brand Kopic stream, see what he's seeing. I don't think Brad Arnold's saying much at this point, so. More storms starting to pop up in Texas. Haven't seen too much of anything yet in Oklahoma yet. A lot of warnings updating at once. I was hearing do 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 do. Even the severe storm watch I'm hearing update too. Do 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 do. That's gonna be that's interesting. That's gonna be one to watch there. With the cell, got a bit of a hook on it. Although I can imagine there's barely anything in terms of rotation on this thing. There is a boundary there, so we'll see what it does with that, if anything. Warm fronts, that boundary's getting closer. Slowly, though. Which is our, well, what they got our warm front. $64 here. Probably because, well, it just rained there. Not too long ago. And apparently my microphone decided to have it mind its own and go sliding down. Oh, we got a sphere dust right here. Tornado pass tag on it too. Which we do have a boundary right here, which my guess is might be why they put Tornado Polysag on it. If it latches onto that. And we also have Tornado Polysag on this now too, it looks like. And now we have a Tornado Polysag back on this. Oh wow, it's actually now worn for, what is this? Tennis ball size hail on this now. And also Tornado Polysag on this one, but not this one. But this one's worn for 2-inch size. This one is for worn for tennis ball. Which, I mean, maybe broad rotation on this thing. We got quite a few severe dose warnings. 22 severe dose warnings right now out there. My arm, like, not? I'm kind of curious. What does... Let me take a look at the mosaic radar looks like. Wow, that is a lot of storms firing up. This looks like it is getting pretty clustered, I will say. Let me look at the Warnot forecasts again here. The 22 UTC. There is... I swear there was a way to look at the reflectivity. Oh, there is. Okay. Ah, there we go. Okay, so here's a warn on forecast, which this was, here's the cell that was 21 earlier. This is 21 UTC. What's about 22? Which, I mean, warn on forecast is, I would say, I mean, it's doing pretty decent when it comes to, what's initiating right now. Especially with this storm down here. Or at least clusters of storms down here. Is this actually showing on the... There it is. Okay. Making sure things are actually showing properly between my stream and whatnot, but... Let me go back to 17 UTC. I'm kind of curious. Even 17 UTC is showing that, yeah. But I'm still, I mean, it's still kind of experimental with the warn-on forecast stuff, but, I mean, this is 17 run for 17 UTC, and if this is, I'm guessing, well, I'm guessing it's showing what's currently ongoing right now, but I mean, got all their storms and clusters. It's clustered storms and stuff here, which makes me wonder how the warm front's gonna interact with some of these storms here. Because I mean, because we have so many storms on that warm front, I can't imagine they're all gonna be able to use that same warm front at the same time. Let me look at reflectivity. I don't know what that sound was. Alright, so here's 22 UTC 00. So, I mean, we're starting to see some storms. So, this paintball down here is not right. Because this would be more up here. But looking at 22 UTC, this is, it starts, you can see all your clusters of storms, and then we get more of like a linear line of storms going in through the overnight hours, looks like, into Wisconsin. What about... I feel like there's a way to look at reflectivity here that is not paintball. There has to be. Oh, 1 second. Shear. 1 is 0 kilometer shear. See if our shear improves at all. Well, it should improve after a while. Which, looking at warn-on forecast, I don't know if the warn-on forecast, because I know with weather forecast models you have, in the case of like the HRRR, where overmixes or the NAM where undermixes, or the NAM 3K, which does not handle thermodynamics very well, and you have the GFS, which the GFS is very progressive with how it does systems. And then the Euro could kind of be the same way in some cases, but looking at the 0.1 kilometer shear, yeah, I mean, your shear improves by quite a bit. And this is our triple point right here. So it does not look like we have any improvements in shear, 0 to 1 kilometer shear, when it comes to where our main tornado risk is at. So it does make me wonder if that once again, that warm front's definitely going to be the one thing that storms are going to have to work off of to produce a tornado. Which, let me look at where that warm front is at right now. It's making its way south. And there's more storms trying to cluster to south of it right now. Which makes me wonder if we're going to see an early close with the tornado threat, and we're going to see mainly wind and hail. Not that we couldn't see storms ahead of this. Like, if we go over the radar real quick. So, not that we couldn't see, like, showers and storms. I mean, we're already seeing showers and storms down here in Iowa starting to pop up. But anything discrete down here will probably have a better chance of a tornado. Although, looking at the now Storm Prediction Center, the wind shear, once again, is not super amazing at surface of 1 kilometer. Surface of 6 is decent. Surface of 3 kilometers, the only, like, the mid-levels are, like, the only portion where we have the better amount of shear right now. Not a ton of storm relative velocity. So there's a chance we may not see the tornado threat verify. The wind and hail threat, though, I feel like would have a better chance at verifying compared to the tornado threat, though. So, I mean, we already have quite a few hail reports already out there, and they're in where they have. I mean, they're in the area where we have the hail risk at. So, we'll see what happens within the next couple hours or so. Because I do think we'll see some kind of ramp up within the next couple hours, but it's just a matter of how these storms kind of go. I guess you could say. We can look at the composite reflectivity here. Okay, so alright, so here the interesting about the warn on forecast. You see the MRMS composite, and then you have different, because the warn on forecast is essentially an ensemble model, which all members are showing to 22 UTC, which is, I think, current right now. Or actually, no, it's about an hour behind, but. But you can see all this clusters of storms. It's, it's showing clusters of storms down here, which honestly we really have not, oh, next forecast has started apparently. Oh, that's actually a really useful. I didn't realize it would give a notification like that. I think that's the first time I've seen that, but it's probably because I don't have, oh, whoa, hold on one second. We have a tornado warning in Wisconsin. And it's confirmed. Where was observed? Emergency management confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado was near Jump River. Once again, that's going to be in Wisconsin. This is the first tornado that has been confirmed today. You can see where our little debris signature would be. It'd be right near Hannibal. And we are kind of in a radar hole up here, so we don't have a great view of this, but and we have a new mesoscale discussion as well, looks like, from the Storm Prediction Center, too. So here's the new mesoscale discussion for that. They actually still have the strong tornadoes still being possible. Favorable corridor for tornadoes along the warm front, which is here. Large hail and damaging wind gusts also being possible as well. And this is concerning the ongoing tornado watch, which, well, we just got a confirmed tornado outside of that MCD. Watching this area near Lake City for tornado potential here in Minnesota. think I mean, once again, if we do have a tornado, I mean, once again, it's not probably gonna be super strong, but it's gonna be up there somewhere. Also, I feel like my reaction to when it just went confirmed was a little bit over the top. I realized. Then once again, this ongoing tornado warning in Wisconsin to be for Hannibal, Hughie, Jump River, and Westboro, Wisconsin. If you're in that tornado warning, make sure you get to your safe place as you're in a tornado warning. Might be your lowest probability in your home or most tier probability in your home. And it's also it's also warned for golf ball size hail too. There's a bit of a hook on the cell over in Kansas too. Apparently, there's a funnel cloud that was reported as well over near Gilman, Wisconsin earlier too. There was a funnel port before this, and then that ended up being confirmed tornado. There's another cell near Mondavi, Mondavi, not Modavi, Mondavi that I'm watching for as well, which is another area that's near that warm front. All right, they just took that down to radar indicated. All right, so we're back up to having a tornado warning still. Well, still having a ongoing tornado warning, but now we have a. Do I know English? I'm trying to speak here. Holy. Now, let me go over to Bangkok Extreme. Holy, you got quite a bit of hail falling down over there. This is observed with a tennis ball sized hail over here. We got another severe dust warning down here for half-dollar size hail and 6-mile-per-hour winds there. Yeah, I think we're starting to see a little bit more of an uptick in terms of severe weather compared to what it was at earlier. Because earlier, I mean, not that it wasn't super active, but I think we're starting to see a bit more activity than it was at earlier. You can see the rotation on this one here. This is definitely, I mean, even though it looked like we had tight area rotation there, I think that might have been just side lobe. And now we're back to having broad area rotation now. They did extend the severe dust warning. Got before ping pong size hail and 6-mile-per-hour winds. We have another tornado warning now, which is gonna be for down here. That's be for South Ranch. Is that South Branch or South Branch? That's South Branch. Starting to see a little bit more activity now after a while. Took a while for, I mean, you've seen a lot of, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of severe storms with that producing wind, hail, and all that, but it was just a matter of time of when our tornado risk was going to start ramping up. And this is also an area where we're kind of far from radar on this one here. Yeah, keep an eye on this one here. Although, I mean, it is maturing. It does have a bit of a hook on it. And we have another cell here. Observe 2-inch size hail. Got a hail spike on this right here. Which is one sign that we have a large hail that is dropping out of this. Alright, so far we've had one tornado report, and holy, that's a lot of hail reports starting to pop up on the Storm Prediction Center's storm report page here. I would not be surprised if we start seeing more, we see a bunch of hail reports come out of St. Peter. Because that is a populated area. There's also kind of a hail spike on the storm that's tornado warned right now over near, well, Louisville and all that. Yeah, definitely seeing more severe tornado warnings starting to pop up here. As, I mean, where's that warm front at now? It's just north of the storms here. Go back over to Brand Cop Extreme real quick. Like bouncing between his stream and radar here. See what we got in this, because this is like the one cell that I can at least confidently see from afar on radar compared to this one here. Oh wait, they canceled the tornado warning over in Wisconsin, so we no longer have a tornado warning in Wisconsin now. There is a wall cloud on this thing, or at least a area that's rotating on us. More like a mesocyclone. I don't know if that's like a full blown. I don't know if I call what I'm seeing on Brand Copper Stream a full on wall cloud. Like hold on. Actually, that could really. Yeah, I just gotta pull up. Actually, I mean, I technically could pull up a video I uploaded like last month or whatever. Yeah, last month. All right, another mesoscale discussion just got issued. South Central Minnesota, considering the ongoing tornado watch as well. Keep an eye on the cell over near Camp Lacopolis and Wabasha, Wisconsin. Got another severe dust warning over here. Core size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. And then there's this one here, which is half a ton size hail, 6 mile per hour winds. Throw a policy tag on that too. Yeah, this cell really fell apart as it probably got undercut by that boundary there. All right, there's a new mesoscale discussion. Developing tornado and very large hail threat, which, I mean, we've already been seeing a couple of these cells produce large hail already. We already got this cell down here, which is tornado warned right now. Just wait to see what these cells up here are going to do. Also, another thing. Is oh, I'm completely blanking right now. Holy. Oh yeah. So last year in Minnesota, on April 28th, where we had that moderate risk day, and I mean, we had a trough, but it was pretty positively tilted. So that, I mean, you can get tornado outbreaks and stuff with that positively tilted troughs, but it just didn't do that in that case. So we didn't really see much out of that event, and it completely underperformed. This event, though, I will say, in terms of the hail threat, with what I'm seeing right now, yeah, I will say we're definitely seeing. I think we're definitely gonna see that hail threat definitely verify. I know I mean, there's still wind threat, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really expecting that wind threat to verify too much. The hail threat for sure, no doubt. The tornado threat is still in the air right now. I mean, sure should be increasing for the most part. Although, sure probably won't really. It's, I mean, according to Meso analysis, which I don't know if this is updated quite yet. It has updated 22 UTC update. Yeah, sure. I mean, sure hasn't really improved too much, but I mean, that warm front once again. That warm front's gonna be our initiator for some of these tornadoes today. So, I got another mesoscale discussion. Isolated supercell tornado potential be monitored this evening, which is this cell down here, which is that one cell I was talking about. That's down over in Kansas. I was like, oh, that has a little bit of a hook on it. Does it have a tornado pause tag on it now? No, it does not. It does have a 2-inch size hail and 6 mile per hour wind threat on it though. So it will be interesting to see how this ends up panning out for that one there. See when the next Outlook update comes out, which I think is, well, it's technically 001Z, but the next Outlook comes out at like 8 o'clock or something like that. So they do like one more update before they're completely done with the day one Outlook. It's definitely clear contamination here. Yeah, I definitely have some type of rotation here. It's just broad right now. Because I don't think we have a actual couplet there. I could be wrong though. Well, yeah. Okay, so look at that brand copper stream. Yeah, there is a wall cloud on this thing. Over here. All right, now I'm gonna keep my otherwise on my Firefox I have open right now on the cell over near that well the one that's crossing over into Wisconsin, and then the one I'm showing you guys right now I'm gonna keep it on my main monitor, which is my laptop. So still warned for some pretty sizable hail, which is tennis ball size hail on that. And this is also still a warrant for some pretty large hail too. This does actually have observe tag on it. It is making its way into St. Peter, so we should see some more hail reports come out of St. Peter soon here, if we aren't already. Actually, there's a couple of reports already. Dime-sized hail. There's 1/4 size hail report. Do you wonder if we are gonna see anything larger than the quarter size hail report? Because we do have this hail spike that you can kind of see right here on radar. I don't know if we could really see on this. Maybe this right here would be our hail spike, but oh no, yeah, that would be our hail spike. Yeah. Yeah, this thing is definitely close to producing something at some point here. Any strong storms coming out in northern Illinois? Well, right now, at least, well, just like right now. Right now, there's a couple of showers and storms. It is apparently was at least just how far behind is radar? This is a few minutes ago. Apparently, there's this right here nearby me. So a couple of showers and storms right now. Nothing really, anything concerned, I would say, for Northern Illinois. One thing I am watching for is, all this activity up here. See if that makes its way southeast into Illinois. Because if these, depending on how much these can heal and still hold their strength once they're in more of a linear line of storms, which is kind of like basically like QLCS. See if that ends up being a win threat, but we'll see. Otherwise, right now in Northern Illinois is not much going on right now. Slight risk got bigger. How much bigger did it get? Oh yeah, it did get bigger actually, I think. Because I'm looking at between... Oh, let me turn off the Spider Network stuff, because that's getting in my way. Although I don't know how much this has changed since 20Z update. Got wind there, got hail there. Hail threat goes more south than the wind threat. Which I know we had a couple storms earlier that were producing hail. Like around, I want to say, like noon or something. Oh, let me check because I know I sent a couple of messages to my parents about the storms. Yeah, noon. Well, yeah, noon basically. Yeah. Or yeah, technically noon. So 12:44 p.m. with this one where I was talking about two storms that were south of. One that was south of Princeton, and the other one that was south of Ottawa. Don't warn for hail. I don't remember what else was warned. I know there were storms over here that crossed from here into over here, for, like this section of Illinois into northern Indiana. So, how hail. I wonder how hail will do to a Cybertruck. I'm mad. I have a feeling there would probably be. It's hail. There'll probably be dents, but the smaller hail probably wouldn't do much, but the bigger hail for sure. I wonder if anyone's actually taken the Cybertruck out. Like taking the Cybertruck and gone storm chasing with it or something like that. Also, speaking of not hail, but tornadoes, there was a little. Looks like there was a little spin up or something that Brandon Coppock got over here on a cell in Minnesota. Okay, does this thing? Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, there we go. I think I got it to stay now. Because there's this knob that I can turn right here to make it like not move essentially, and I can have it project towards my actual voice. Yippee! And there's this cell near St. Clair that I'm watching. There's two cell, this cell here and this cell here that are discrete. That definitely have the better of chances right now for tornadoes. And then we're just in a complete radar gap here with these cells. That's great. Oh, hold on. Hail versus Cybertruck. Apparently someone did make a oh, excuse me. Apparently someone did make a video about hail and Cybertruck. Doesn't look like it did much. I don't know. I'm hearing from I'm hearing from Brad Coppock stream. I don't know who was talking over the radio, but apparently there's baseball size hail in the rear flank downdraft right now. So yeah, that's gotta be an interesting experience. Who's in the RFD right now is the real question. Apparently, and I'm hearing from Brand Kopic as well. There are vortices that are spinning around right now in the field that because this is all farm field out here, so it's gonna be a lot of visibility when it comes to. All right, let me check the storm ports on GR2. Oh, there was a funnel cloud before over in Wabasha. And yeah, that's definitely an area that's gonna be definitely a concern for a tornado as well. Broad area rotation, but definitely an area for concern for a tornado. Wouldn't be surprised if we had maybe had a brief tornado, perhaps. Because if we do have a tornado in this area, yeah, it's got to be rain wrapped, probably. And we have another tornado. We have a tornado warning in Wisconsin. Observed tornado. See for Chelsea, Rib Lake, and Westboro. Apparently, we may have a tornado on the ground as well on the cell that Brant Kopic and a bunch of other storm chasers are on too. Which, if you do have a tornado, we got a tight couplet in here. It's a smaller couplet, but you may actually have a tiny debris signature in there too that radar's picking up. The area near Wabasha is definitely a concern too. Oh wow, we have another tornado warning over here in Wisconsin too. Alva, Strum, and Osseo, Wisconsin as well. And if you have a rotation, which this would be an odd place for it to be, so it could be sublope contamination, but we'll keep an eye on that just in case. So definitely, if we do have a tornado on this, definitely not super strong on this one here, because we don't have a lot being picked up on that there. And we have another tornado warning in not Wisconsin, Minnesota for Windham, Bingham Lake, and Mountain Lake. They have 4 ongoing tornado warnings. We have 1 that is observed right now. Still got large hail dropping out of the cell here because you can see this hail spike. Yeah, I think we're definitely starting to see a uptick here in tornado activity here. We did have that wind that funnel over here and between Wisconsin and Minnesota here. Let me go over to GR2 analysis real quick. And okay, that's the same storm that produced a tornado over near Hannibal. With the one that's observed in Wisconsin right now, right here. Just gonna have this up. Still observe tag on this. Not sure what updated. Weather spots to confirm tornado. I guess I don't know if it was hail or if this was condense. Condense. Once again, this is pretty far from radar here. As far as this hasn't gotten confirmed yet, considering the amount of storm chasers on this thing that are seeing the weak tornado. Potentially a tornado at least, but broad area rotation on this here. Much more broad than it was earlier. Oh wow. We actually do have a tornado. We actually did have a tornado on this thing. We have a tornado on this thing in with Minnesota here. There's your debris signature, most likely. Although once again we are far from radar, so. And Reed Timmer's and his Dominator is gonna be in there. It looks like. So I wish I could show you guys the what's going on some of these Storm Chaser streams, but we do have a tornado on the ground right now in Minnesota on this cell right now. Which is gonna be heading. Which way is the cell heading? It's heading southeast. The cone tornado as well. So we should see eventually a expansion. I guess expansion, but extension is technically the right wording. There we go. Observed. All right, now we have a tornado warning on this now. Delvin, Amboy, Mapleton, and Vernon said you're now in a tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado that's on the ground right now. They have two tornado warnings right now. They have Zerb tornado tag on them, one in Wisconsin, which we're in kind of a radar hole on this one here once again, so we don't exactly have a good view on this, but not as much as the one here in not Wisconsin, but Minnesota. Holy audio right now on Brandon Cop Extreme. It's like cutting in and I don't know if cutting in and out is the right wording, but I guess actually technically I guess would be the right wording. I don't know, man. It is very laggy though right now. Yeah, you can definitely see the rotation, which that air rotation. I mean, we're up. I mean, we're far from radar at this point, but I think they took down a that tornado warning in Wisconsin no longer observed. So I got pretty big hail dropping out of the cell here. And they have issued a tornado watch over in Kansas now, it looks like. We actually got quite a few cells firing up down here in Kansas. None of them have tornado pulse tag as far as I'm aware. Yeah, none of these have tornado pulse tag on them. But we do have a tornado watch down here. Smaller tornado watch down here compared to the other. But nonetheless, it is a tornado watch. We got a shower firing up in front of us. That's got to probably merge with this. That could influence this with it being kind of like a merger to keep this storm going here. We are kind of far from radar, so I mean, I don't know if we have a strong tornado or not. So, yeah, this tornado warning in Wisconsin just got condensed. Let me take a look at this cell here, which I think is just the one that had broad area rotation. Which I mean, it still probably has some rotation there, but it's not kind of weaker rotation, maybe. Those look like we had like a embedded supercell in here too. And now we're having a bunch of like mergers with this, so that's probably cutting off its inflow and whatnot. Just getting messages from my parent, well, my dad. Not both my parents, but just my dad, just messaging me. And oh no, it's still on the ground. Still ground circulation on this thing. It's not much of a cone at this point, like it was earlier. Zoom out a little bit. Make sure I got everything covered in terms of tornado warnings. Yeah, we're definitely seeing the tornado activity go up now. I'll be back real quick. Still got a tight air rotation. Still got a debris signature on this. I see. I was trying to see what I could see from Brad Kopek's stream here, because he's like basically like right there. You also got Corey Gherkin on us too, and there is someone that I know that is actually storm chasing in Minnesota right now. Yeah, this is quite the cone. I can really English today. Cone tornado ongoing. Yeah, definitely. I don't think this has got to go PDS, but definitely at least got to stay I mean, we don't have a deep debris signature or anything, so this is more than likely just gotta stay just regular confirmed tornado, if anything. There's a cell back here near Wyndham that looks like has a mezzo on it, at least. There's a tornado pass tag on this. Okay, cool. Of course, we saw the tornado warning on this, which I don't know if we really have. No, we had a bit of a mezzo on this, but I wonder if they have. Okay, I'm gonna put my charger in so I can, have my headset on, so I can. Because the reason why I have my headset on is so I can make sure my audio works in my stream, and then also so I can listen to the Storm Chasers, and also so it doesn't, echo back into my microphone. I know with the direction of my microphone, it probably won't pick up much, but it's just more or less just make sure it just doesn't do what I don't need it doing, which is echo. There's a tornado passing on this. Holy. If there is a tornado in this now, it looks like it could be rain wrapped. There is so much rainfall just dropping out of this. Or wait, I just heard Grand Copper just had a vortex just cross right in front of him. Let me take a look at the storm ports page real quick. See how many reports we have. Yeah, we have a lot of hail ports right now. Holy. I mean, I'm not surprised, but at the same time, holy. And it's occurring right where we have that 30 and 15 Sig 1, so right on the money with the hail threat for today. There's a tornado warning in Kansas now, it looks like. Holy contamination. Alright, so for this one you got tornado warning, which this includes Melbourne, London, and Lomax, Kansas. Quanamo, I'm not for sure on the pronunciation of that, but just taking a crack at the spelling, name of the spelling. Which, if we do have rotation, it's gonna be right near Blendon, probably. That looks like it'd be the only area where we have convergence in terms of rotation. So, all right, back to the storm in Minnesota. And Matthew Capucci is, he's finding some hail. Baseball-sized hail near Truman. Don't know if we still have a tornado on the ground or not. Doesn't seem like we do. Not as high of velocities, then again. We are, I mean, we're near, but at the same time not near the radar site, so... Oh, wow. That is, definitely some rotation on this thing over near Armstrong, north of Armstrong there. And also near, Gradinger? Gradinger? They don't have a tornado pass tag. There's no longer any tornado warnings ongoing in Wisconsin. Most of them are in Minnesota now. So watching the areas over here near Mountain Lake and all that, because there's a couple, one over near Mountain Lake and the other near Windham that are rotating over here. And we have another tornado warning. That's going to be in Kansas as well. That's going to be the second one. That's going to be for Bushong, Allen, Admire, and Miller, Kansas. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-size hail, 6-mile-per-hour wind, storm pause tag. And we have a tornado warning in Iowa now. Which is the one for Gradinger, Osgood, and Ringstead, Forsyth, and Halfa, Iowa. Once again, if you're in a tornado warning, make sure you get to your safe place as you're now in a tornado warning. If you're in a new tornado warning, if you're still in the current ongoing tornado warnings, make sure you stay in your safe place until the tornado warning expired out or canceled. I'm still surprised this isn't canceled, not canceled out, warned yet for a tornado warning. My guess is they're thinking it's probably side lobe contamination, perhaps. Alright, we have another tornado warning in Minnesota as well. You see for Waseca, Meriden, Owatonna, Clinton Falls, Medford, Warsaw, Morristown, and Deerfield. Morriston. See where area rotation is. Probably gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be, if this is not just side lobe, which it probably is, that is gonna be where your rotation's gonna be at for this thing. And we have another cell up here, which is having, it's starting to develop a bit of a hook on it, just north of Greenland there, in Minnesota. Wouldn't be surprised if we have perhaps a new tornado warning or something on this one, maybe, but we'll see. They did just issue a severe dust warning with tornado passe on it, so we'll see. So you get to see any type of tornado. Oh, yep. They just tornado warned it now, in Iowa. Do we have any towns in this area here? Doesn't look like it. Although I would imagine they're eventually gonna extend it. Because if we go back to the previous scans on this thing, you see we had tight air rotation north of Armstrong, and then another one kind of tinier area rotation, but still looks like we may have some type of rotation there. All right, so this is still observed tag. This will probably be this probably get radar indicated soon here, but compared to being observed, which is still well, I mean I have tornado confirmed on it because it's observed. So, and we did just have a tornado on that. All right, we are how many tornado warnings are we sitting at right now? 7 tornado warnings. Most of them are between Iowa and Minnesota. We have a couple over in Kansas. Which is one cell over near Edmire and Allen has this inflow right here. Definitely something to watch for, although looking at the velocities, which let me go up a little bit in tilts, because I do wonder if we have the issue with the velocities where, because I don't know how many areas in Kansas have, because sometimes if you have windmills in the area, that can kind of muddy your data you gain from radar when it comes to reflectivity and velocity. So, which I don't know if that's gonna be. I don't know if that is an issue here. It doesn't seem like it is, because otherwise it'd be showing up pretty clearly on radar. And we have a severe dorsal warning on this tornado warning storm now for tennis ball size tail as well. And the interesting is about that tornado right there. This is happening just north of 2% as well. Have we had any hail reports come out of Texas today? I'm kind of curious. Or Oklahoma, because I know we've had a couple storms in Oklahoma. I think, at least. No, we have not had anything come out of Texas. Because that was another area that we had a slight risk. But in this case down here, it's for hail. Compared to it being wind. Yeah, starting to see, I mean, there's a lot of cells that are still discrete, but starting to see some areas feel like there's some areas that we're seeing that are starting to come a little bit more linear, and some areas are starting to go from discrete to semi-discrete. Apparently we had a update from the Storm Protection Center about 30 minutes ago. Let me get up IM bot monitor. And then we'll pull up the SBC. Actually, I have the SBC. Okay. 6:32, which was over a half hour ago, and that was issuing a tornado watch. So I don't know what the Twitter notification's talking about, to be honest. That's talking about like 3 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago, with Storm Protection Center being included within the notifications. I already checked like however many minutes ago. And they are letting this tornado warning expire out, looks like, which is going to be going for another 5 minutes. Check up on our velocities here. Maybe some side lobe contamination, but if we do have rotation, it's still could be potentially some in there near Odin, northwest of Odin. Let me go back over to Brad Arnold's stream real quick. Because he's on this tornado warning storm over here. And they have taken that down to radar indicate. So we no longer have anything in terms of confirmed tornado. So we just have multiple ongoing tornado warnings at this point. And we have another severe weather event tomorrow, which we'll see how that pans out. Which I am in tornado risk again tomorrow, so we'll see. Once again, we'll see how that pans out. I could finally be, well, I would say my first tornado warning of the year, but the first tornado warning I was in for the year was when I was in Pennsylvania. So we'll say the first tornado warning of the year that I was in Illinois. There we go. And not in another state. Which it was interesting being in a tornado warning in another state. We're up to 8 tornado warnings. Where's the other one that just got issued? Oh, wait. Down here in Kansas. Which now includes Pomona and Richer, Kansas. I just got condensing at this tornado warning here. Let's see where we have a rotation at. Just we're far from radars. This got condensed with this tornado warning here. Still gonna be going on for another half hour on that tornado warning there. Hmm. Apparently, we had a tornado port over in the cell over in Iowa. Public report. Like here, hold on. Let me show you guys this. So here's the IM LSR app, and here's that tornado port from earlier that I was just talking about. So this is 10 minutes ago. So public tornado port in Iowa there. Hail there. Wait, can I go back in time? I can. Actually, I had a couple of tornado ports apparently. Funnel cloud, tornado via social media. So I actually had a couple of tornado ports on this cell down here. Holy hail, literally. That's a lot of hail falling over here. And there's no tornado pulse tag on this one over here too. Yeah, there's a lot of hail reports starting to pop up on the Storm Prediction Center site here. I wish you guys could hear my IAM bot right now. Because it is absolutely just going ding 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 ding. I know I have all bots stock, which is why, but even then, it's literally I don't know, it might be active, guys. It might be active. Alright, here's all the reports here. Got a couple. Here's the tornado reports all the way up here in Wisconsin. Apparently, I had another one all the way up here. This has all the summary. I think it has all the summary of the alerts too, because it has the start time between 4:50 and then 7:50. Even though it's like multiple minutes in the future, but you know, it works. You know. We got a wind damage report actually here. Down tree. There's some large hail dropping out of this here. It got a hail spike on it. Go back down here real quick. Looks to be just mainly rotation on some of this. This looks to be mainly outflow dominant at this point on this cell here, compared to the one to its east. We got a very round flash flood warning down here. I will say this definitely did more than the severe weather threat from last year in Minnesota. Wow, yeah. Looking at the latest WAFs. So this is 23 UTC. This is 2330 UTC, and then going further in future here. And you can see our cell slowly starting to congeal into a line here, and that makes its way into Wisconsin. We have a couple. This is this gray here is updraft helicity, so that could be hail, tornado, or a bunch of different hazards here. I'm sorry, what is going on here? Apparently WAFs wants a hailstorm. WAFs 12 and 13 want a hailstorm going through the southwest suburbs of Chicago, apparently. Yeah, I don't know if we're really gonna see that. Considering I don't even think we have a cell or anything down here right now. Although this does show it later in the day, so wait. 01 UTC, which is 1 in the morning. And same thing with the... So a lot of the cells that's showing on here are like very early morning cells, it looks like. Although I think our number one is probably going to be the one that's going to be the most on track for what's probably going to actually happen. Same with number 2. Because right now, looking at Northern Illinois, we have some like pop-ups down here, but I mean, not really anything super crazy in terms of storms. Or down at 7. Well, we've been sitting at 720 warnings for a while at this point, but. So let's see, we got 2 in Minnesota, technically 2 in Iowa, but that's Box Sparrow. A couple of these, well, this one probably get canceled out soon, maybe. They did just issue a severe dust warning for it though, so this one is likely to not cancel out, but expire on its own though. And probably same with this one here, which is producing large hail. This is now warned for golf ball size hail compared to the tennis ball size it was at earlier. This cell, I mean, how far are we? Oh, we're only a couple minutes behind on scan. This cell is still producing large hail because you see this hail spike. This is a cell I've been kind of eyeing for a little while at this point when it comes to the hail threat. Would not be surprised if we get a couple hail report. Well, this is actually already observed, so we already probably get some type of report there, but wouldn't be surprised if we get a few more reports coming out of Lake Crystal at some point here in the next couple of minutes or so. Check back down here in Kansas. Kind of bouncing between the different states here that have some activity going on, which Kansas we have a tornado watch, which is I think going the same amount of time as this is 10 p.m. Central and 11 p.m. So this one's going for an hour longer than this one up here. How many? Let me take a look at the amount of reports we're sitting at. Have we gone up in terms of wind shear? That's a real question. We have not improved in terms of wind shear, but that warm front. I have a feeling that warm front probably kind of pushed some of these storms to produce some of these tornadoes, and then also mergers as well. Although the Warmfront's still kind of up here still, so we probably quite aren't at the point where the Warmfront is helping these cells produce. So it's mainly just murders, more than likely, with some of these cells down here that are south of the Warmfront. Still keeping my eye on this. This is one cell. I mean, it's been warm for a little bit at this point, but still keeping my eye on the cell west of Clinton Falls, because it does have an inflow right in here. Brad Arnold is on this one as well. And yeah, they're letting this tornado warning expire out. And they did cancel out this tornado warning here though, so we'll eventually have no tornado warnings going on in Iowa. And it'll be just Minnesota and Iowa, well, right now, for now, Iowa, but Minnesota and Kansas has the tornado warnings. They did just issue another tornado warning ahead of this one here, which did have a rotation on earlier. My guess is it did do probably some kind of handoff. Because it looks like, because this was the original one I was looking at earlier. And looks like we're far from radar, so kind of taking a guess at this point. But we do have potentially some type of rotation going on there near Pilot Grove. Once again, this could be in Minnesota, which includes Pilot Grove, Elmore, Frost, and Blue Earth. And my caps lock is on, apparently. That's fun. We actually do have a camera here. Except it's a camera that is apparently literally Street View. Quite, Google Street View. We got traffic camera Street View. No, if I can go over to the 511 Minnesota site here, which does have cameras, which is probably gonna see the same thing. So there's a way to okay, maybe not every camera is live. There's live cameras in more populated areas compared to more rural areas like this down here. I just had 2 tornado warnings expire out. One of them in Kansas, one in Minnesota, and another one in Kansas. And apparently, we have a confirmed tornado actually in this. Probably weather power confirmed. Alright, so we are back to having a confirmed tornado. This is going to be in Minnesota. Or no, that's not in Minnesota. That's in Kansas. I've been looking at Minnesota so long, I thought it was in I've been looking at Minnesota for so long, I thought it was in Minnesota, but no, it's in Kansas. You got Ryan Pitt on this one. I'm kind of curious because I don't know how many people are live on YouTube compared to if they're just straight up just live streaming on Weatherwise, or in the case of Radar Omega. Although people who stream on Radar Omega are usually also live stream on YouTube, so So once again, we have a confirmed tornado. Weather spot confirmed tornado is gonna be for areas. Let me search up it. So I am kind of curious how you pronounce this. Pomona, and Richer, Kansas. It's gonna be going east towards Ottawa. Is it random? Is it random to say I can? Is it wrong or random? Whatever to say I can pronounce Ottawa. I don't know if I want to say properly, but I can pronounce Ottawa because there's a Ottawa, Illinois. I'm kind of curious what the. Once again, this is Ryan Pitts. Okay, so that doesn't want to work on. I don't know what it is between my web browsers where it'll work fine on one web browser but not the other. I don't know what it is. Oh my god! Weatherwise needs a volume slider on their app. Holy! I know I could just turn down the volume on my headset, but at the same time, it's like the volume on Weatherwise is cranked all the way up. And the only option is to have lower volume, is just to completely mute the streams, which sucks. Which it looks like, I mean, if you do have a tornado, it's probably going to be between Pomona and Richer, potentially here. Trying to look at Ryan Pitt's stream here. Connection issue. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's probably what I expected. When oh, okay, no, it's probably just Weatherwise being Weatherwise, maybe. Rain wrapped potentially, or we at least had a very brief tornado. Oh no, hold on one second. Waiting for reflectivity update. Unless reflectivity is updated. Okay, no, everything is up. Well, technically it's a minute behind at this point, but everything is up to date for the most part. Which looks like we do potentially have a tornado. Okay, let me make an actual, pointing arrow here. That's not like half of an arrow. Potentially, I mean, I would have to guess that we at least have a weaker end tornado potentially. Try to see if because where the storm chasers out at right now, Ryan Pitt, doesn't seem like I mean, tornado's moving faster probably than Ryan Pitt can get to there, and I mean, this is a rural area too. So I mean, it's driving to a neighborhood area. It looks like, so it's not exactly gotta have highway speed to get over there. So right now we're just gonna kind of just work off of what we're seeing on radar right now. Now check back up on Minnesota real quick. Alright, so we have 2 tornado warnings. One's gonna expire out with the next 10 minutes. Which doesn't seem like we've really had any tiny in terms of rotation on this. Let me reopen, because I think I accidentally closed out Ryan. I keep saying Ryan, but it's Brad. I don't know why I'm getting names mixed up, man. It's some sorts. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, seems like it's just wind and hail at this point with some of this I can definitely tell that our threat here in Minnesota is starting to congeal. I mean, there's still cells you got are discrete, but you also got semi-discrete cells too. So this is eventually ending up in a case that's gonna go linear here soon. So that's not to say that the tornado threat is completely over in Minnesota, but it'll probably be a little bit lower compared to what it was. All right, we have an extension on the tornado warning here, which is now includes Ottawa, Peoria, Wellsville, and Norwood. And that is also going to be in Kansas. So right now, the only tornado warnings, I say tornado warnings because there's two, but technically one's an extension of the other. The only confirmed tornado we have right now ongoing that we at least know of is in Kansas. Oh, okay. So on IEM, which I could actually send you guys this. Why not? Some cool stuff here. So there's IEM, which this is modded for IEM bot, and so the spot. So Ryan Pitt. So spot confirmed seeing debris, but it's 15 miles south, so that could not fully see the actual tornado. So debris was seen, but not the actual tornado. Which where he's at right now, there's a lot of trees in the area. Which is not exactly ideal for seeing tornadoes. And no, let me send you guys. I might as well send you guys the weatherwise too, which that should give like, because it gives the location and whatnot of the area, so I should send you to see what I'm seeing. They're technically, theoretically, well, maybe not theoretically, but technically, I guess. I don't know, man. Alright, so if you do have a tornado, it's gotta be over near Richer at this point, because that looks to be where our tight air rotation is at. It's gonna be heading east towards Ottawa. Check back up on Minnesota again real quick. And have now issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell here, which looks like they're gonna let that tornado warning expire out. And they're continuing the wind and the hail threat with this, it looks like. And this tornado warning down here is going for an hour. Holy. That's gonna be going for a while. I did not realize it was going for, I did not realize they were putting it for that long. I just realized I was looking at what radar is this? This is the radar over here in Pleasant Hill. Which looks like there's some rotation in the upper levels on this one here. Alright, back to the Topeka radar here, which still looks like there could be some rotation on this one here. Potentially area of side lobe contamination though, because I mean, not really seeing a not really seeing a deep area of debris. All right, we no longer have any tornado warnings in Iowa, so I'm gonna take out Iowa from the title here. We do still have tornado warnings going in Minnesota, so I'll leave that in the title. All right, news mesoscale discussion just got released. Okay, why did that drag? Why is this dragging out the entirety of Google? What is wrong with this thing? All right. Anyways, the Arbiter Center released a new mesoscale discussion, which we'll look at in a second here once that fully releases. But for now, I'll look at the text that they put out for this thing. Increase in low jet across parts of lower Great Lakes region could initiate storms capable of large hail and isolated damaging winds. Convective trends are being monitored for a possible watch. Lone cell has been ongoing west of Lansing. There are some signs to descent from northern Illinois into Lake Michigan with some guidance showing additional intensity activity evolving over the next few hours. Alright, so, okay, let me take a look at see if this is fully loaded. I'm trying to look at the graphic now. I know I could look at it on Twitter, but I like trying to look at it. Okay, there we go. Finally. Alright, so here is the mesoscale discussion that they put out there. So tornado and hail risk. There's a low damaging. Well, I know they did mention the isolated damaging wind gust threat, but there's a tornado and hail threat. It's a low watch probability, but looks like blue is a severe dorsal watch, so it looks like they would potentially put out a severe dorsal watch out there for Michigan. So it looks like we have a tornado on going here. Not really anything in terms of CC. So we could just have pretty much just rotation for the most part, but we'll keep an eye on this. I think we have a new tornado warning up in Minnesota, I think. Unless it's the one that's been going on for a while, which is this one. Yeah, it's been the one that's been going on for like almost... The one that was warned for an hour is still going on up here. Alright, we have one tornado warning in Minnesota, and then the other one is, and obviously the one that we have confirmed in Kansas, which, I think for right now, this is going to be our main focus for a little while right now, which is, the confirmed tornado warning in Kansas, because this is heading towards a populated area here. Now 00 UTC is out. Well, not fully out, but it is out. And it's not really showing a whole lot of convection in Northern Illinois, which it still shows there's a couple cells that are producing updraft helicity tracks. Remember, it's 9 and five, not five, four for some reason. Even though there's like no storms at all. Like all the like afternoon storms pretty much killed out this like energy for this afternoon. Although there was a clearing through this afternoon, so I don't know. I got another tornado warning, so they're extending this tornado warning up here. These for Minnesota Lake, Freeborn, and New Richland, Minnesota. Alright, and we'll go back to the tornado warning down in Kansas. Wow, yeah, that is definitely a strong air rotation going right into Ottawa here. Like, looking between both areas, I mean, Pleasant Hill's a little bit farther compared to Topeka, but actually kind of in between. But either way, definitely tight air rotation here. Wouldn't be surprised if we have, I mean, at least according to this, if that's not sideload, we could have a second area rotation, and we have potentially a case where we have twin tornadoes ongoing, or at least a satellite tornado and then the main tornado. Although not really seeing a whole lot on CC. Let me take a look at GR2 real quick. Not really seeing much on the cross section. Although I could be, I mean, I could possibly be using cross section completely wrong here, so. Swing. This way. Where did my cross section window go? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, not really seeing much on CC, so. Definitely, once again, tight area rotation either way. And this is, basically, it looks like a classic supercell, too. Going right into Ottawa now. If we still have a tornado on the ground. But it doesn't seem like, once again, CC really didn't pick up too much of anything, so. Hopefully it did lift. Or we also could have the case where we have a tight area rotation, but weak tornado. We'll check back up on the storms up here in Minnesota, which I don't think we really have much in terms of anything on the ground. I don't think, at least at this point up here. Definitely mainly wind and hail right up here. I'll keep an eye on this, because I know I was looking at this earlier, this line of storms over here. Like, that is seriously a tight area rotation right in there still. Now we go back a little bit. You can see right there on the scan. And then down to the southeast now. Let's take a look at the wrap real quick. Yeah, that is definitely some curved photographs there. At least according to the wrap analysis, which is the mesoscale analysis for that. There's also a warrant for tennis ball size hail too. So I got some large hail alongside the tornado threat on this particular cell. Once again, this cell moving east towards Peoria, and see if we got it. And it looks like mainly rural areas here. Maybe a couple, because I know it's a rural area, so there could be like farm and farmhouses went out here probably. I did not want to do that. Oh, yeah, okay. We have looks like a first sign of a debris signature here after a while now. At least a much more clear debris signature moving through Ottawa here. Just hitting probably somewhere in the southeast side of Ottawa. Another mesoscale discussion is coming out soon here. Concerning the eastern, it's gonna be concerning eastern Kansas, which is what we're looking at right now, which is eastern Kansas with this tornado warning. So we'll see what that entails soon. Just waiting for the next scan to come on in. Those are about 4 minutes, about 4 minutes behind right now. So it looks like we have a small debris signature still on this tornado warned storm here, where we have more than likely at this point still a tornado on the ground. Alright, we got a new mesoscale discussion here. A strong tornado is possible through 01 to 03. So basically about now through 8 o'clock, a strong tornado is possible. Also, shear is definitely starting to improve now too. Like surface to 1 kilometer shear is starting to improve as low jet is starting to kick in. Which also means the storms up in Iowa and Minnesota are probably gonna end up we'll probably still see a tornado that come out of those too, with more of a nocturnal threat. So, definitely it could have. I mean, I don't know if I want to say a long night, but definitely could be an active night. All right, latest scan with velocities and all that are in. Still have a debris signature, although we're 3 minutes behind. So we'll see what the next scan when the next scan comes on in here soon. What we got in terms of tornado, because yeah, I would not be surprised if it at least had some type of strong tornado on the ground right now. All right, latest scan in came in for CC. Looks like we may have a smaller debris signature. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw, yeah, velocities still scream that we have a tornado still on the ground here. Not so much a CC. No, CC is weaker, but I mean, sometimes if you don't have a lot on the ground, in terms of like trees and all that, you're not gonna have exactly deep CC drops. So, but this area seems like it's a lot of trees, so, or at least a bunch of trees. Alright, looking at, because Ryan Pitt is a little bit closer to where the tornado crossed. Trying to see what kind of damage, if anything, got, because I know we had a CC drop, but yeah, there's quite a few trees in this area, so it probably picked up some trees. My latest scan came in, not really seeing a whole lot at this point in terms of CC. This tornado seems like it is absolutely moving though. Okay, yeah. Looking at Ryan Pitstream, there's down power lines in this area where he's at, or near I-35. And looking at latest CEC and velocities, I mean, there's still potentially something in there. But at this point, it does look like the tornado probably lifted at this point. And we have another, like, little hook ahead of this, and we got storms that are starting to fire up ahead of this, so this makes me wonder if we'll see a recycle, a handoff of a missile and then a recycle. And then we have tornado warning in Iowa now again. Two of them, actually. One's for Burt, Tanaka, Woden, and Crystal Lake. And then we have another one over here, which is going to be for Webb, Gillett Grove, Iowa. Yeah, starting to see some more tornado activity in Iowa now. They did issue a severe dust warning ahead of this, so it looks like they did. I mean, they kept the tornado possible tag on it. This makes me wonder if I mean, I wonder if we'll see at some point here a tornado watch for the rest of Iowa. And they issued a severe dust warning ahead of this for ping pong size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Wow. Okay, that's another area of strong rotation too. I would not be surprised if that gets extended for a tornado warning here. What the? Okay. I did not want to go back up here. I was trying to go back down, but okay. Great. And there's the extension, and that is now observed as well. All right, so that's now a confirmed tornado on the ground in Iowa now. Although is this radar indicator or is this? Oh, no, this is emergency management. Confirmed. Confirmed at 7:50. We have a little bit of debris signature potentially, but honestly, we're pretty far from even Sioux Falls. And they updated that tornado warning as well, so that's now observed too. We'll go back down to Kansas real quick. This is back down to radar indicator, so we no longer have a confirmed tornado on this. This does include Antioch and Paola. Yeah, not as strong a rotation at this point on that. Yeah, keep an eye on the backside here with the cell there. Not really seeing a whole lot in terms of CC. Once again, we are far from radar, so I don't think we're really going to see much because of that. With the CC at least. Once again, this emergency management confirmed tornado as well. So they're the ones that they're one of the few that are gonna be out there. So I don't know about storm chasers, but there's probably storm chasers out here, but they're probably not on Spire Network and all that. Looking at GR2 analysis as well. But they must have yeah, they're letting this expire out within the next 2 minutes here with this one. And the new, well, the current day one outlook just came out, and why? Okay, I don't know what it is with the Store Producer Center site, but it always goes back in time to like the previous day. And they introduced a slight risk in Kansas, probably for that tornado risk. All right, so we'll go over to the new outlook in a second here. Once it properly loads. And we have another tornado warning in Kansas. And that's going to be for areas that we've already seen already. Pomona, Richer, Centropolis, and Michigan Valley are now in tornado warning. And that's going to be in Kansas. You got a hook on this, too. Go back to this here. Observed and observed. So still confirmed tornado underground. Although, once again, cannot really see it too well because of the radar being super... not having great radar coverage in this area. And we have a new mesoscale discussion. Tornado risk will continue, but more focused risk for severe winds may develop through the evening. Let's talk about this area here. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing... once these congeal into a line as well, wouldn't be surprised for those too, but... yeah. Strong tornado still being possible, looks like. Oh, yeah, and here's new outlook. Well, at least the last update 256. So the tornado risk update, but not everything else yet. So here's your slight risk that they introduced for that tornado risk here. The enhanced risk is still in place. Slight risk is still in place. It looks like I don't know what to call that. Like, I don't know. The shape. And then here's your tornado risk, which is still keeping that 2% that they've had for a bit now. There's your 5%. Still have that 10% in there for strong tornadoes. Wind is still hasn't been updated since like 3 o'clock. So we're still waiting a couple of those updates still. Let me actually go to the Storm Prediction Center site fully here. Hold on a second. Alright, so here it is. Now it's fully fixed on here. So hail and tornadoes being the main threat for this area of Kansas here. The wind and tornado threat have really not changed much. There used to be a slight risk for hail to this through here, but that's obviously changed. So looks like we're still looking at the cases for potentially some strong tornadoes in Minnesota and Wisconsin, and Iowa looks like. And also Kansas, too. So not seeing as much of a hook that was developing earlier. It's kind of outflow dominant at the moment. Although, not that you couldn't have a, like... sometimes in these cases get, like, a brief tornado, but right now it's just kind of outflow dominant. See, Warn on forecast. His latest has been that has been updated. So we'll go to that as well. So here's what it looks like for, well, Minnesota, Iowa, and all that. Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. For the you got 18 different members here, and this is an ensemble model, which they all have an agreement that this will eventually congeal into a line of storms here, and potentially some hail, maybe a tornado threat. This line of storms here, but other than that, it looks like this could eventually just be probably not. I mean, at least according to this, not be. It's not gonna be the most organized line of storms, but it is gonna be. Looks like some type of line of storm that we could see later through tonight. And we have a severe thunderstorm down here. Tornado apostle tag down here for this one. And half dollar size hail and 6 mile per hour winds. So I observe tornado tags on both these here. 10 minutes on this one and 25 minutes on that. And we still got this tornado running down. It's more like up, I should say. In Minnesota, this could be going for another 10 minutes. But you can even see. Let me actually turn on composite, because on composite you can kind of see already that starting to see that linear line coming together here. I could actually probably go over to. Hold on a second. Let me go over to College YouTube page, because they have a mosaic radar. So here's what the mosaic radar looks like, which mosaic radar still shows cells in like a discrete type of mode, but looking at actual radar, it's definitely a lot more condensed than that. So yeah. Definitely quite a bit of a hail threat on this cell here. They do have a tornado pulse tag on it though, which I don't know if I don't know if we're really gonna see a tornado threat out of that. And they're letting this tornado warning expire out. All right, we'll take a look at tomorrow's threat. Is the Let me take a quick look to see, because the War 9 forecast thing I was showing earlier, that's only really for like near term stuff and not really anything long term. Which the latest HRRR is not just now loading in. So, which we'll take a look at that in a second. Same with the wrap now, well, the wrap model too. Which actually the latest wrap came out at 21Z, which actually the 00Z I think should be coming out soon for the wrap too. I would think at least, because the wrap is a 3-hour lag. It's a 3-hour lagged time model. Oh wow! Someone actually was there's a storm chaser was on the sell in Webb, Iowa, which was the one that went observed earlier. There indeed was a rope tornado on this thing. I'd be surprised if we had some type of rotation on a cell over near Kritzer, Kansas. Potentially, if we do have rotation, because we've been talking about this for a while at this point, but Ayrshire is probably where we have rotation still on this. Whether or not still on the ground remains to be seen, but it still has the observe tag on it. Warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, you can definitely see the wind threats starting to come together here. And that's congealing into one big blob here in Kansas. I would not be surprised if we had a tornado on the ground here in near southwest of Mound City here. You see the hook where your rotation would be, and we definitely have a debris signature on this thing too. Once again, that's going to be going towards Mound City, Kansas, if that is indeed on the ground. They're letting the one tornado warning, actually quite a few tornado warnings, are about to expire out soon here. So we got a tight area rotation right in there. Although once again, we're kind of far from radar, so we don't exactly have the world's best estimation of where this rotation is at exactly, but. And an issue of severe storming ahead of this. Radar indicated 2-inch size hail and 6-mile-per-hour winds. They did drop the tornado pause tag on us, which, I mean, kind of figured considering it looks to be more alpha dominant wind and hail threat at this point compared to a tornado threat, so. And I have another severe dust warning issued for 70-mile-per-hour winds. We may actually have, I don't know if it'll be quite an MCS, but maybe starts at least had all line storms that are kind of acts like a, or actually this, I think this might be considered a MCS almost, if it does, but if we do start seeing, an MCS start to bring a wind threat, we definitely, gotta be in for, some of these are definitely gonna be in for quite a night with the wind. And we now have a tornado warning on the cell down here in near Mount City. For Mount City and Pleasanton in Kansas, and Hume on the Missouri side. Definitely got a strong air rotation on this thing. Once again, I would not be surprised if we have a tornado on the ground. Looking at latest CC, not seeing what I was seeing on the last scan. Definitely, once again, tight air rotation still. And an issue of severe dust warning on top of this, it looks like, for ping pong size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind. So it looks like they're just going to let this tornado warning probably expire out, if anything. And that has now gone. That has now actually gone observed. Okay. So now I have a observed tornado warning storm here. This actually may have already lifted, but yeah, southwest of Mountain City around 8:15, which is that debris signature we were looking at a little bit ago. The last scan. Apparently there's a tornado on the ground in Heartland, Minnesota. Or was, at least. Is this Tanner Charles? 8 minutes ago. Where is Heartland, Minnesota? And there's a new tornado warning in Kansas as well. I think it is safe to say that we at least had some type of tornado outbreak today. But anyways, with the tornado warning here, we got Hillsdale, Lewisburg, Way, Spring Hill, Bucharest, Chili's, Wagstaff. And we have, oh wow. Alright, so it looks like that tornado warning in Iowa is probably just gonna be led to expire out. So it looks like our main focus for tornadoes is gonna be in Kansas. I would not be surprised if this ends up going observed soon here, because this radar indicated. Waiting for the next scan to come on in soon here. Yep, this just one observed. Wow, yeah, this is yeah, definitely a strong tornado on the ground here in Hillsdale. So I got a hook on this cell over near Mound City. Don't know if we saw the tornado on the ground or not on this one either, but let me take a look at the CC drop on this. Potentially that there could be the debris signature, but the velocity looks like it's kind of displaced on us. But then again, we are kind of far from radar on that one there. So we'll keep an eye on that. If you're in that area, continue to stay your safe place as you're still in the tornado warning. This is going northeast towards Pleasanton on this one here. And then this tornado warning storm that has a tornado ongoing is going east towards Wagstaff and Chili's. Alright, latest scan came on in for this tornado here. Much broader area rotation. Still got a debris signature there. A couple tornado works that box out with the next 4 minutes. The one in Iowa and a couple in Kansas will expire out soon here. Right, they just updated this tornado warning here. This is now back to radar indicated. Still gotta keep an eye on this in case it ends up producing again here as it makes its way northeast into Missouri here. This is still observed. So wait for. I mean, we're 2 minutes behind in scan, so we don't exactly have the up-to-date scans for this. So. Yeah, that is a lot more broad area rotation. Still looks like we have a debris signature though. With this tornado warning storm here, so it looks like we have at least a brief. Well, I wouldn't say brief, but weaker tornado on the ground potentially. What did I just see? I'm sorry, this is a Facebook ad of... What? Okay, someone's doing, like... Someone's doing some weird stuff on a Facebook ad. Okay, great. Amazing. Because, you know, that's totally what I wanted to see when, you know, looking at Twitter on my phone, you know. That... it wasn't Twitter, it was YouTube on my phone. Going on with the YouTube Shorts here. So we got... Shorts? I mean, Studio. I can't speak English. No new comments. I've grown it quite a bit, though. Apparently, who knew that my lightning videos would be more popular than my snow ones? Latest scan came on. Well, we're still 2 minutes behind, actually, but it still looks like we have a tornado still on the ground here. And a bunch of tornado warnings just expired out. And there goes all those tornado warnings. So down to 2 tornado warnings now. Alright, check back. See if we got our latest scan. We do have our latest scan in here. Which if you do have anything left in terms of debris signatures, could be right in here. Oh my god, finally my headset's fully charged now, so I can listen to storm chasers without having to deal with a cord. Just, like, stringing down from my shoulder. And Brandon Kopic is... He's ending his stream. He is gonna be... Looks like he's gonna be live tomorrow. Because tomorrow there's another enhanced risk. Oh, wow, I actually had it, day 2 up on this thing anyways. Okay, cool. So here's your enhanced risk for tomorrow between Iowa, Illinois, and Wisconsin. We got another 10% tornado risk, and we have a 15% risk going from Texas all the way up to Michigan and Ohio. And we have another hail threat again, which is a 30% hail risk, which is in that enhanced risk area, because the enhanced risk is mainly driven by that hail threat. And of course, we got that tornado threat too, but which that hail threat they have extending all the way down here to Texas and portions of Indiana and also Michigan and portions of, well, Wisconsin as well as, like, I want to say this, like, I don't know if I want to say like north central, maybe like central and north central, something like that. All right, we have another tornado warning, which is somewhere. That's in Iowa again. Okay, so we got our new tornado warning in Iowa that that is all the way up here. We got Woden, Crystal Lake, Hayfield, Miller, and Forest City. and that is going to be in Iowa. That's going to be going for 26 minutes. Check back up on this here. Definitely got quite the RFD surge on this backside here. I would not be surprised if you get a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, at least. And maybe an extension on a tornado warning. We'll see with the next couple minutes or so, probably. I'm kind of curious what the 700 mil, because I know we had a shortwave, but I don't know how far down that shortwave went down. I mean, maybe looks like that shortwave probably went down all the way down here, very subtly though, probably. Alright, they just extended a tornado warning over here, and they as back to being observed. Which on the Kansas side we have Boycott and Trading Post, and on the Missouri side we have New Home, Foster, Virginia, Amoret, and Mulberry. So now we got tornado warnings ongoing between Kansas and Missouri now. And both, well, one of them still has the observe tag on it, but that's probably not going to last for much longer. Because now we have this big old RFD surge, which is probably going to undercut any rotation. And we got this discrete cell over here, which if you do have any debris signature, is probably near Pleasanton, probably. This was Wire Spire confirmed as well. Is there also a day? There is a day 3. There's also a day 5, which is on Friday. I'll be back real quick. And it did extend the tornado warning over here, which extends into Missouri as well, which is for Westline, Cleveland, Peculiar, Riverview Estates, and Freeman in Missouri. And I also got Lake and Net in there too. And that's going to be radar indicated as well. Text message here. Traffic cam here. Not live. Couple of 20 warnings that are about to expire out here soon. And they condensed the tornado warning up here in Iowa. That's still be going for another, well, what's it's, think about, let's see here, it's 8:45? Let this go until? No. Either way, that's be going for another about 15 minutes there. Oh, wait, so that means no, it'd be going until 9 o'clock then. What is my clock in my brain off or something? I don't know. Holy, big severe thunderstorm warning in there. It's a square. Warning for 6 mile per hour winds. And half the size hail as well. This is still tornado warned as well. Which I mean, Pleasant Hills, Pleasant Hill, Kansas City, radar has a better view of this when it comes to being closer. Although Springfield is, I mean, it's farther, but you still get an idea where the air rotation is at. But yeah, see here. I think the CC and velocity just updated. Or is it just velocity? That's only velocity updated. Okay. I'm surprised velocity updated before CC and reflectivity. Usually it's the other way around, where reflectivity and CC updates before velocity. So waiting for CC and reflectivity update. Which I think it just did. Okay, yep, it did. Cool. Now let me take a quick look. I feel like I should look at this on GR2, because on GR2 I can, Radar Omega I know it's going to take 50 million years to load. So I'm just going to do on GR2 analysis so I can take a look at this much faster. And my caps lock is on, which prevents me from changing what I need to change to. Alright, so here is GR2 analysis. So this is what it would look like on Radar Omega, but because Radar Omega is going to be really slow on this internet. Because university internet be doing university internet things. So if we would have your CC drop there. Funnel, tornado port, CC drop there. Hard to tell, but maybe something there. Potentially something there. Not much be seen there. And maybe a little bit of something near Warland. Maybe I had something near and after Warland there. So I think they actually did just take this down to just regular observed tornado, I think. Yeah, they just did. So this is now back down to regular tornado warrant source. So no longer have a confirmed tornado. Both these tornado warnings are actually back down to regular tornado warrant. Although it still shows as observed on here, though. Oh, no, I just had to update it. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute, it still shows as observed on weatherwise. And weatherwise decides it wants to be breaking. Nice. Hold on a second. Alright, there we go. So yeah, I kinda figured if it to update on here properly, but how weird weatherwise can be sometimes, right? To kinda like play it through for it to update properly. It's because weatherwise has basically the same way that GR2 does with warnings, where it'll load previous warnings and all that kind of stuff. It's actually kind of nice because then you can take a look at what's updated and whatnot. I don't know why Radar Omega never implemented that. That was always a really nice feature. Apparently, there's a... I see Tanner Charles post quite a bit on the Minnesota tornado from earlier. Update my title again real quick. So we got 2 tornado warnings that expire out within the next 10 minutes here. We got one that expiring out in 25 minutes. Apparently, I completely missed the Mesoskill discussion earlier. So here's another one. I think I know I completely missed this one from earlier, I think. But we'll take a look at it again. So they have higher tornado threat with these areas here with wind, hail, and tornado. I would say these would be the main threats. Considering it's becoming more of a line compared to, well, discrete cells. But yeah, tornado and wind would be the main threats, I would say, for the rest of tonight in Minnesota and Wisconsin at this point. And not really much else, to be honest. Wow, someone got a Twitter video of, well, not Twitter video, but traffic cam video of the tornado that was in progress of Spring Hill, Kansas. Which was, that was a while back at this point, but it was a rain wrap tornado too. Discord real quick. All right, we have a new tornado warning. That's gonna be going for an hour. Jesus. Let's see, for Butler, Pleasant Gap, Peru, Spruce, Altona, and Aaron in Missouri. Yeah, this would probably be either cancel out or just be let to expire out. Not really seeing a whole lot other than wind. Now, sure, severe dorsal warning on the backside here for 6 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. I do want to see. I'm gonna refresh the storm reports page. 12 tornado reports, 11 wind reports, and 125 hail reports. 28 of those being large. And then on the filter reports, all right. Here's the filtered. On the filtered reports, got 12 tornado reports, 11 wind, and 77 hail, and 20 of those being large. Holy. We got another tornado warning all the way up here in Minnesota. For Lansing, Brownsdale, Waltham, Sargent, Vernon, Hayfield, Rockdale, Stewartville. That's gonna be on for an hour as well. Holy man. Definitely got some long-term tornado warnings here. Okay, I'm starting to get a bit hungry here. Starting to dog lag out here on this cell, which I think it did that before earlier, and it started to get its hook back. Alright, 2 tornado warnings just expired out. The one up here, which I kind of expected was going to expire out. Smaller hail and still 6 mile per hour winds on that. What in the contamination is going on here? All right, let me. Oh. Oh. I have not really eaten. Well, actually, what did I have for? I don't even know if I even eaten anything. I know I had the mac and cheese for lunch. That's about it. I have not had anything else other than that for anything in terms of food. Well, technically, I did have that Hershey bar earlier, but that is more like a snack rather than a dinner. All right. I did just drink chocolate milk. I know I probably should be drinking milk, but at this point, why not? All right. Chocolate milk for the win. Totally not gonna destroy my voice box later with speaking. Okay, new severe dust warning is now warned for instead of the 60, now up to 70 now. And they condensed this tornado warning. Radar indicate rotation and quarter size hail. We have one tornado warning in Missouri, and then the other one is over in Minnesota. Which they have severe dust warnings out there right now for some outpower winds, and also Toro Postal tag too. And this is warned for hail back over here. Radar indicated golf ball size hail and 6 mile per hour winds. That's going for an hour. As far as that's still holding on to its severeness, I guess. Considering a lot of the storms have moved off towards the east. I would not be surprised if we start seeing a flood threat out here with the with all these storms just consistently training over these areas here. Something got updated. Oh, this got condensed here. So for another, well, it's a little over half hour. There's a traffic cam here that does, which once again the cameras do not want to, anything camera related does not want to work properly on here for some reason. So I'm about to load it up on, look at it on my monitor over here. And yeah, that's quite a bit of lightning going on over here in Rochester and all that. Oh, excuse me. Oh yeah, one thing I want to take a quick look at too, because I know we looked at it a couple hours ago, but take a quick look at the Guam radar again, which there's not really, you can't see anything here because of well, elevation existing there. So yeah, but you can see the eye of the super typhoon over here, which is pretty interesting to look at. This looks like it is gonna take a, looks like direct hit at the Northern Mariana Islands over there, though, unfortunately. I just realized this is 8:42. This, oh, their radar must have gone down or something. Oh no, it's just weather. Oh no, velocity's down, but reflectivity's still up. I don't know what's up with that. That well, if it's gonna be the case on, otherwise it's probably gonna be the case on Radar Omega and all that too, but still. Oh no, it's updated on Radar Omega. I don't know. Okay, so what's weather-wise is the issue then? Like, hold on, let me show you guys this on Radar Omega, because that's the only way I'm really gonna be able to show you the velocity of this. So there's their velocities of which you can see. And you can see, I mean, this is from radar, but you can see some of these stronger velocities, which is mainly just due to the fact that this typhoon, which we call hurricanes here, the wind field has expanded by quite a bit, so you get these stronger winds from afar, even outside of the eye walls. And it's also a pretty big tropical storm. But yeah, anyways, this is a little bit of an interesting thing I wanted to pivot to for a little bit. Yeah, I'm really not seeing much with the supercell at this point. Unless we see something that's trying to have a inflow notch in here, but honestly not really seeing a whole lot out of that. And this is Contamination Haven right now with all this going on. Where are there earthquakes recorded over earlier near Reno, Nevada? And there's now another tornado warning. Grand Meadow, Spring Valley, Wyckoff, Fillmore, Fountain, Chatfield, Arendelle, and Lanesboro, Minnesota. There's a chance we may be pivoting eventually here with the tornado threat towards up here in Minnesota for a QLCS tornado threat. I could definitely see why there's a couple areas here near Grand Meadow here that could be concerned for rotation. I see a sharp, just like felt like a sting in my stomach just now. I don't know what that was about. The wildfire over near Naples is now over 1,000 acres. And I have condensed the tornado warning. This little box here. So it looks like this section here is going to be the concern for QLCS tornadoes. There's a couple areas, one here and maybe one near east of Grand Meadow here that'd be concerned for tornadoes within this line. Alright, we got another mesoscale discussion concerning the ongoing tornado watch. We'll see what that is in a second once that fully comes out. Probably view to text though. Placement for O3Z expiring. Weather watch is expected soon. Damaging winds will become more of a threat with time, but the threat for tornadoes will still be concerned into overnight, given a strong local shear. So yeah, QLCS tornadoes are gonna be an issue here soon. So they're gonna be replacing the watch with another watch here. And there's the mesoscale discussion. Alright, so here's the mesoscale discussion. Linear mode becomes more prevalent. Risk for damaging winds will increase. QLCS tornado threat will remain, however. So damaging winds are soon to increase here. So that'll be the overnight threat alongside tornadoes too. They're still continuing that tornado warning. Interesting placement for condensed tornado warning, though. I will say. Still continuing this one down here too. This gust front from the storm looks like it's gonna undercut the storm here soon. As you can see, if we go back a little bit, you can see all this blowing out right here. Just go away. So all this right here is gusting out, which will eventually undercut that. So it'll be pretty gusty though with some of the storms here. This is warm for 70-mile-per-hour winds still as well. Wow, look at that. Photogenic tornado that was confirmed over near Webb, Iowa. And they have extended well, they haven't extended tornado warning. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this for a possible quarter-size hail and 6-mile-per-hour winds. My guess is they're still continuing that tornado possible tag, mainly in case if it ingests the outflow, probably. But I think this has got to undercut this and then kill off the tornado threat, if anything. Well, at least on that, but yeah. Potentially a tight air rotation near Hamilton, but too small. I mean, it could be a small air rotation with Celsius tornadoes, but I feel like it's could be too small and it could be contamination. It's not really a hook that hooks out of this, but we'll see. Within probably next scan or two, maybe. Because CC hasn't updated yet. We're actually up to date on CC, actually. Velocity is the only thing that's behind right now. Have there been any confirmed tornadoes? There actually has been quite a few confirmed tornadoes, actually. Let me get those up. So there was one in... There was actually a couple in Kansas. Actually, a few in Kansas, actually. Let me actually just get the storm reports page up here because I'll show you a little bit better, but this based on storm reports, but here's a tornado report on this one. So Wisconsin, which was emergency management, and got one near Blue Earth, and Blue Earth, Minnesota. Blue Earth, Minnesota County here, with storm chasers and law enforcement. Tornado Sonic on 632, and another one in Palo Alto, Iowa. Social media, Emmett, Iowa, location estimated, and then here's the ones that we start seeing Kansas start to get active. Which we had a tornado in Kansas. Actually, a couple of them, actually. I think there might have been either 3 or 4 tornadoes that we had in Kansas. And we had at least a couple in Minnesota. One thing I will say, though, we'll probably wait to see what does end up getting confirmed with the next couple days, because that'll be a better way to see what tornadoes we had compared to just looking at through tornado reports. Here's actually down here. Actually, let me show you this cell. This is one of the cells that actually produced a couple tornadoes in Kansas as well, near Mound City. Well, one near Mound City, and then another one just, I think it was east of Pleasanton. So, and then this one was one near Ottawa, and then this one, and another one near Spring Hill. So yeah, that is the gist, I guess. Guessed? Alright, we have one tornado warning. So they canceled out the tornado warning in Missouri, which I'm kind of surprised it took that. Surprised it took that long for it to get canceled out, considering the cell barely looks like it's gonna do anything. Yeah. As of now, it's mainly wind and gust. This one tornado warning that's just kind of like lingering at this point. Yeah. Well, it probably won't be next stream that we'll see the DAT. Well, maybe we will see the DAT be updated tomorrow, but we probably won't see it fully updated with all the tornadoes that occurred today. So yeah. Because I know, I mean, probably within, I mean, if we, depend, I mean, maybe Friday if I do end up being live, because there's a chance that day could be another day I go live potentially this week, but we'll see. Actually, the rest of April, there's a chance I could be live as well. Actually, we're coming up on, soon coming up on when I'll have finals, and after my finals in May, I'll be able to do more live streams in May, so I won't have to worry about, well, a lot of my streams are in the afternoon anyways, so I was about to say I won't have to worry about won't have to worry about, storms initiating in the morning and then having to wait till after class to go live, but Also, won't really have to worry about traveling between my dorm and my house. So. Like this, like, okay, what in the lag spike is going on there? Like, this area here has been, like, the main area for, like, anything tornadic. Yeah, the pretzel earlier. Like, what did I have earlier? I don't remember. Ugh. Depending on what happens after this, I mean, the chances gets extended with this tornado warning here. Because, I mean, you can see one area rotation here and then another one here, but probably finish up the stream for this evening, and then we'll probably end up being back tomorrow, if anything. So I know tomorrow's definitely gonna be another busy day. I don't know. I do wonder how tonight's convection is gonna affect tomorrow. Things are being updated. Still got well, a little less than half hour at this point, but time is going down on this tornado warning here. Other than that, I mean, it's really just mainly just wind for the most part. A couple more tornado reports just popped up on the storm reports. Storm set. Bleh, I can't speak. Storm reports page. Jesus Christmas. Yeah, I think it's safe to say we definitely had a tornado, some type of, maybe it's not like the typical tornado outbreaks or like I don't want to say used to, but maybe not like the tornado outbreak that maybe some of us are probably expecting with the 10%, but definitely had quite a few tornadoes today. That's for sure. I would I would not be surprised if those tornado reports end up being a lot higher once once damage surveys are done. I don't even know what I'm gonna name this stream afterwards because it's like Midwest severe weather outbreak and Kansas tornadoes. I don't know. I got Chex Mix here. Anybody else here eat Chex Mix? Definitely got a broad area rotation here. Caramona. I'm surprised that's not warned yet. Maybe they're waiting for that to tighten up a bit more. Could also be a case where we have a downburst or something, but I don't think it's that. Storm Center issues Storm Watch 106. Let's see what this is. I'm guessing this is extension of the. Oh no, it's a severe thunderstorm watch actually. Okay. This I've had much in a bit while out here. I haven't had much to eat all afternoon to be honest. It looks like the issue is severe dust warning. That's gonna be for 60 mile per hour winds and small hail. There is a tornado possible tag on it, of course, as well. Other than that, still got 17 minutes left on this tornado warning here. I condensed it more. So we got another 15 minutes on that tornado warning. And I think, yeah, I think still the plan is, once it does end up expiring out soon here, we'll just finish up stream for today, and then we'll be, probably back tomorrow, if anything. Hey, water. Water. Ugh. Yeah, definitely needed that water. uh, yes, the awkward laugh I just did. So I gotta chew with the right side of my mouth, because I think if I chew with my left side, it's because it feels like there's like I don't know if I might call it like a divot that my wisdom tooth created by shifting, because it started shifting the other week. I know I mentioned this at near the end the start of the stream, but yeah, wisdom teeth, fun stuff. Yeah, and this is one for golf ball size hit, not golf ball, ping pong size hail, and 60 60 mile per hour winds. Good lord. Oh yeah. Definitely snacking on Chex Mix has helped a little bit here. For sure. Although once again, I apologize for the noises I'm making. I probably should go on mute, but yeah. Also, one thing I just realized. Oh, this stream is longer than the stream I did on the 2nd and the 6th of, well, 6th of March, but the 2nd of April. Those are the only two streams that have been over 5 hours this year so far. We really haven't had anything longer than that because, well, it's, the severe. I mean, some of these. I mean, severe weather. I wouldn't say these haven't gone super long in terms of severe weather threats, but a lot of these events have been kind of the case where it's not like a extremely long event. Not. I mean, they're not super high events either, but yeah, they're kind of like not short, but I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, I definitely could see at some point here a tornado warning on that there, going for Highland and all that. So let's try to figure out what I'm gonna name this stream. I'm gonna have a Nature Valley Park. If I can get out of the thing here. Mm. Mm. Alright, so we got a new tornado warning. It's about what I expected was gonna happen. This is gonna be for our Highland Choice, Yucatan, and Minnesota. Let me turn on storm relative velocity because that'll give us a little bit better of a picture of what we're looking at here. This tornado warning up here is, I mean, they're probably just gonna let it expire out if anything. I don't know if they're gonna cancel it. They also do have a new mesoscale discussion too, which is small cluster could persist through Central Missouri, which 05, 06Z, 06Z now is 1 in the morning, so 12 to 1 in the morning with these cluster of storms here. So low tornado threat, low wind and hail threat, mainly wind threat, but low tornado and hail threat, or at least smaller size hail and a low tornado threat. I think would probably be a more accurate description, maybe. Ugh. Water. All Alright, got 5 minutes on this tornado warning here. They're just, yeah, they're definitely laying down Sprout. And then we got 21 minutes on this tornado warning here. Let me take a look at how far behind is CC is the question. 2 minutes behind. So everything, okay, all scans are behind by 2 minutes. Because I'm like, but no, that's just clear air going to reflectivity. Oh, well, reflectivity updated. CC is updated. Velocities are still waiting for those to update. But if we do have any precipitation, it's going to be near here, over near Highland, over near County Highway 23. And the consistent tornado warning is still going to be for an hour. It's not stuck on my tube. This is... I don't know why the wrap didn't go automatically to 00Z. Alright, so the 00Z, ARRR keeps most of the storms in Wisconsin. Meanwhile, Northern Illinois stays mostly, like, convection free. My guess is because of a capping inversion that's keeping from storms from firing. Let me go to pivotal weather, because pivotal weather will actually allow me to click on stuff. Maybe. Alright, this tornado warning should expire soon here. Not seeing that hook that we were seeing on this one here earlier. Wouldn't be surprised if we maybe had like a brief tornado. We'll see. Wouldn't be surprised if we just see mainly it's just straight line winds for the most part. I mean, got big old storm swing over here in Michigan. Jesus. This be for half dollar size hail over there. And we have another tornado warning. Or no, that just got condensed. Never mind. What am I talking about? Looks like according to Twin Cities, 3 confirmed tornadoes in southern Minnesota. I got 10 minutes. Tornado warning. Another area I think starting to trying to wrap up down here. Potentially, actually, may actually have a. If that's not just clear air contamination, may actually have a tornado on the ground here. Yeah, looking at the latest scans, yeah, that looks like it's just contamination. But it's very convincing debris signature, though. That's the only thing. Holy update sounds. Yeah, that cell from earlier I was talking about, yeah, I got completely undercut by the gust from the storms over here. Although there's a storm behind here that's managing to be severe with hail and wind. They issued severe this morning, and well, it's continuing severe this morning. They dropped the tornado pulse tag though. So they're gonna be leading that tornado warning till it expires out. And they did end up canceling out that tornado watch too. Actually, no. Well, yeah, they did cancel out that tornado watch. Still got the tornado watch still going on down here in Kansas for another hour, but. Other than that, I mean, should be just mainly wind and hail for the rest of tonight. Just waiting for this tornado warning to expire out, and then we'll wrap up the stream for tonight. Almost basically a 6-hour stream. It's the longest since the March 15th stream I did this year. So when I say March 15th, I just think of the last year's stream, which was longer than that. I think, at least. Let me check. Yeah, way longer. Alright, 3 minutes till this 21 expires out. So Sinlaku is inching closer to San Jose and Capitol Hill Islands, or well, the northern Mariana Islands. It's inching closer towards. Probably don't have much longer till it actually hits. Probably at least an hour till it hits. Probably, maybe a little less than that. And you can see gust front starting to inch ahead of the line of storms here. So we'll see what happens with that. Excuse me. And that tornado warning now has expired out. So 6 hours of being alive with severe weather. Started out pretty slow for the most part, but then ramped up once we got around 6 o'clock. And then from there, we started had multiple tornadoes. Basically a tornado outbreak for the most part. But yeah. Mid-April tornado outbreak. Not the biggest tornado outbreak that we've seen, but it was a tornado outbreak. And I mean, I wish I could have shown some of the footage and photos and stuff like that, but there is, if you guys go onto Twitter, and I don't know how many are willing to use Twitter if you don't use Twitter, but I mean, I sent a bunch of links in the chat that you guys can check out. You guys, for those watching after stream, should be able to click on view replay chat or something like that. Did you see the links? But yeah. Anyways, well, view replay chat, just see chat in general. But anyways, tomorrow is the next enhanced risk day, which we'll see how the storms tonight, and then also see how tomorrow's environment ends up playing out. Especially since there could be a capping inversion tomorrow, which could prevent storms from firing. But either way, we could be live again tomorrow. We'll probably be live tomorrow. A lot of these enhanced risks so far I've been live for, other than the one on April 3rd, which I couldn't go live on that day because my internet was out because Xfinity decided to hire someone who drilled through their, cable or whatever, and then knocked out internet for like multiple different towns. That was fun for multiple hours. Yeah. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the next stream I do, which will probably be tomorrow if anything. I'll let you guys know in a post of what my estimated time of when I go live, which I'll be checking tomorrow morning's mile runs and whatnot, and then obviously basically what you should do after that is look at real time. Well, I say real time, but surface observations. So I'll be using meso analysis and all that for that. But yeah. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the next stream I'll do. Stay safe out there. Have multiple ways to get alerts, such as, well, if you still watching news on TV and all that. If you have weather ratings like I do, like Prairie Cheese does, SPC Centerville, who hasn't been here in a while, that does. All that jazz. Wow, I sounded old there. Jesus, should have saying that. And cornball. That's what people say, I guess, nowadays. I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, I just don't know. All right, see you guys in the next one. All right, jeez. All right, but seriously, I'll see you guys in the next one.